All right, we made it. And this is a big day for the Business Development Guild. This is something that's been on our calendar for a number of months now. And again, taking advantage of this virtual world that we live in, but also take advantage of the growing community we have, not only in Phoenix, but in Southern California and in Denver and around the country. So it's the Business Development Guild National Leadership and Strategy Symposium. It's a half day. We have a full event, so we will just get right to it. That's okay. My name is Joe McGovern. I'm the president of the Business Development Guild. I also have an environmental consulting company called the McGovern Group, and we do environmental and building due diligence for commercial real estate transactions. We always like to reiterate and highlight our mission statement and what we're here to do. We think it is very straightforward, but also very important, and dare we say, a little powerful. That's okay. And that is to be the premier source of education and support for the business development profession. So it's an education professional development group. We do that through meetings and meetings like we have today. We have a certification program and other events, a really jam-packed full events throughout the year. So that is us. We have a number of thank yous we want to share prior to us getting going. First of all, our sponsors. Not only do we have a wonderful response in terms of registrations, we had a wonderful response in terms of interest for those who wanted to sponsor our event. So it's greatly appreciated. Our keynote sponsor, which you'll hear about in just a couple minutes, you heard from W2W Sport, Catamount Constructors, they're in Denver, W2W is in San Diego, as you know, SDB is here in Phoenix, and Kumar Associates also in Denver. So thank you to them. You'll hear from each of them here throughout the afternoon. All right, we are a membership organization, so we think there are privileges and great value. You know, what we try to do is, yes, it's for the business development professional. Yes, it's to elevate the profession and provide advanced knowledge so people can advance in their careers. But in addition to that, it's really also for business development teams. As we know, it's a team effort. So bridge that gap between the business development and the operational teams, so they can help maximize return on their business development investment. One of our goals as we evolve is really to have our meetings such as this to be really equally split between the business development professional and the operational teams, because we think there's equal value throughout an organization. So yes, you get discounts to meetings. We have a quarterly newsletter. The +1 meeting registration it's an individual membership, but like we said, we want to bring those operational folks into the events as well. So that can be almost a floating membership within an organization where an operational person can come to the meeting at the member rate. And overall, to elevate the business development profession. One of our goals also, and this is kind of something that you may not think about, but business development isn't recognized as a profession by the federal government, right? So that's kind of a big long-term goal that we have, is that the BD is to be recognized by the federal government as a profession. So you can learn quite a bit on our website, businessdevelopmentguild.com. You can sign up for membership and also renew. So any questions, we'd love to have a conversation. Whoops. One thing that we're very excited about, we are on our 5th year of our certification class that I mentioned earlier. It is the Professional Business Developer Curriculum. It's the PBD certification. The first 4 years, we've had 4 years of graduating classes, and each one of those years has been live classes. Last year, it was live streaming, but in a class environment. This year, what we're going to do is have it on demand. So one can sign up and take it on a 24/7 basis. One can take it at any time and at their own pace. It involves 12 individual classes taught by industry professionals. We're going to try to make it as interactive as possible. We know that part of the value of these classes is the interaction with other students and your instructors. So we are going to be having monthly, we call it virtual hangouts with current and past PBD students and also instructors. So that is going to be coming out in the 2nd quarter of this year. It's almost kind of a Netflix thing. So when we come out, all meetings will be ready to go, right? The whole program will be ready to go. So stay tuned for that. We think it's great value. And if there's any questions, obviously we want to answer them, but you can also sign up on our website as well. what you'll see and what you'll see throughout is these registrations, which is just, we'd love to see is the PBD registration. So the Guild we talked about in terms of a great collaborative environment, collaborative community, is really made up of people, people working together and sharing their insights, sharing their knowledge. And it begins with the local chapter presidents. So with that, we're going to give each chapter just a minute to say hello and introduce themselves. The first is Crystal Kyle Holtz, a PBD, president of the Phoenix chapter and manager of business development at Rosendin Electric. And before I turn it over to Crystal, I'd like to say that she really has made a mark in terms of what she has done in terms of adding insight, adding innovation, and adding great energy and enthusiasm. So with that, Crystal, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Joe. Hi, everyone. For those of you who I have not met, my name is Crystal Kyle Holtz, and I am the Phoenix chapter president. As Joe mentioned, I am the business development manager over at Rosendin Electric, and I sit here in our local office in Arizona. So I just want to say thank you to all of you guys who have come to our first ever virtual National Symposium. We're really excited about today's event, and we look forward to getting feedback from you guys at the end of today's event so we can improve moving forward if we continue to stay in this virtual aspect for a while out still. I do want to take some time though to highlight our advisory board members. Joe, can you go? Thank you. So for anybody who doesn't know, we do have a local advisory board that is really the powerhouse behind everything that we do here in Phoenix. And I want to say a quick thank you to the full advisory board for all of your support. And then just quickly highlight everybody. So Laura Davis, she works for Atmosphere. She does help me with the sponsorship committee. Dean Howard is from Hill International. He does a great job just with the programs. Denise Allen, as you met her a little bit earlier today, she's going to be our moderator for today's event and for the Phoenix section. So thank you, Denise. Sue Sylvester is with Corrigan. Brooke Taff is Wood Patel and Associates. She helps with our membership committee. Rebecca Timmer does a great job with events like this. She's not part of our event committee, so organizing the symposium. And then Chad Schleicher is a new advisory board member with the White's Company. So thank you all. And for those of you who aren't really familiar with the Phoenix chapter, we do our bi-monthly meetings. Our next one is March 9th coming up. So make sure that you stay tuned, more information on that one to come. And then we also, while we're still in this virtual space, do something a little different and unique in this Arizona chapter. I host a coffee and chat that is a free virtual event. We're going to be kicking those back off in April. I do have 4 scheduled and planned for this year. So just keep an eye out from the Business Development Guild on the content that's coming. Thank you, Joe.
Awesome, Crystal. And thank you for paving the way in a lot of different ways. So, and thank you to the advisory board. As Crystal mentioned, it really is a collective effort. All right, moving to Southern California. Southern California Joint came on board about, God, I think it was about 4 years ago now. Kari Knowles, principal at the DLR group, and Kim Bradley Doherty at the Land Science. And Kari, I believe, is hopefully going to be able to sign on a little bit, but he also had a travel that kind of overlapped this. But we do have Kim. So why don't I turn it over to Kim?
Thanks, Joe. Yes, as Joe said, I'm sorry Kari couldn't make it today, but he did have a travel conflict. He's my partner in crime in this new endeavor and being co-presidents of this chapter. Again, my name is Kim Doherty. I used to be Kim Bradley, but now I'm Kim Doherty. And I became involved with the BD Guild during its inception about 3.5 years ago. My background is engineering. As Joe mentioned, I'm with Land Science, which is a division of Regenesis. And we do remediation technologies in various aspects of soil and groundwater and air quality remediation. I've been with the firm about 3 years now, and the role that I'm in is listed as a Western District Technical Manager. However, I'm responsible for business development activities as well as sales and technical aspects for our clients. So I guess you could say in a bit of a doer-seller role, with the goal being developing a business development group there at the company. Previously, I'm an engineer by degree, and I have managed technical engineering projects as well as have been a business development manager at different companies in the AEC industry. So backing up 3.5 years, during the first inception meeting for the Southern California chapter, I believe it was Joe and Ted Ritter were the two that came over and spearheaded that meeting. I joined immediately, felt like I was finally with my people, so to speak, having worked with several companies and being a bit of a lone ranger, as some of you may have felt in the past. It's definitely changed over the years, and I'm glad to see the changes and the efforts moving forward. So what I can say about the chapter that I'm involved with is it is an amazing group of people that collaborate quite well. You'll see here, there's the advisory board that Joe, I think, just put up on the screen. I can see it. Oh, now I can see it. And the group really strives and exceeds its goals in getting current and state-of-the-art meetings together for our chapter members. And we're constantly adding people to the chapter. And that's something I'm really excited about, because I saw it grow from a small handful of people in the fall of 2017, I believe, Joe. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're good. Yeah.
Quite a few with a large gamut of backgrounds. A lot of business development folks, some technical folks. I am a professional business developer. I took the class 2 years ago now. It was the last in-person class that was available before the pandemic hit. So I'd strongly recommend that you take that class. It's great for anyone who's been in the business development arena for a while, and especially great for those that are new to business development in our industry group. The people that present are just fabulous, and they give a very in-depth perspective on the specific subject matter that they discuss. We look forward to, as Sandra indicated a little bit earlier, looking forward to helping grow California chapters, San Diego being one that we have our eye on supporting, and then also Northern California. I spend a lot of time up there right now. So we're really looking forward to extending our chapter representation in the state of California. And I just truly want to thank everyone for attending today. I think we're going to have a great time learning more about the business development world and how to do better together in this new virtual world. And then also want to thank the advisory board in Southern California. I won't go into name by name in the essence of saving time. But as you can see, we've got a great group here. And aside from myself, when I took the class for the professional business development curriculum, it was offered in Phoenix. So I flew over, and so did Sagita and Jesse. They both went over too. So we got to know each other better over in Phoenix than we actually had a chance to do here in Southern California. So funny how that worked out. But I welcome everybody, and I'm looking forward to a great day. Joe and the team, everybody has worked very hard in each chapter to get this together, and just looking forward to see how the day unfolds. Thank you.
Kim, that's great. Thanks so much. And I want to, and I you went through the classes, and Kari went through the classes. He also instructed a class. So he spoke on delivery methods and how that can be worked into business development strategies. So no, and everybody on that screen right now has been instrumental. So we thank you.
Yes.
All right. So now, if we will go to Denver, and Kimberly Werner, president of the BD Guild Denver chapter, director of marketing and social media at Small Giants. We started in Denver. We had one live. We talked earlier about we used to have live meetings, right?
Yeah.
So we had one live meeting, and that's it. We just only had one live meeting. That was in February of 2020. And I tell you what, Denver they just hit the ground running. They assembled an advisory board, and they developed a very committed group of professionals right off the bat. So, and Kimberly is leading that effort. So with that, Kimberly,
thank you. As Joe said, I'm the director of marketing and social media with Small Giants. I'm been in the industry for 18 years now, so I am somewhat of a seller doer as well. I work on a lot of projects, but also responsible for the business development here in Denver. I actually was in our Phoenix office for 6 years before opening our Denver office, and also completed the PBD course last year. Yeah, I mean, as everyone said, there's no better way to learn true business development, and just the knowledge that the instructors have is amazing. So I can't say enough about it. As you know, and we also have our 1 year this month, so very excited. Our advisory board, if you want to move it to the next slide. They all jumped in immediately. I had everyone come up to me at the in-person meeting we had, the one and only last February, and was so excited to join and participate. And they have been instrumental on being able to bring valuable content and speakers to all of our monthly meetings. Everyone has a very, key role in making those successful. So I can't thank them all enough. And then we also have, Katie, they are one of our sponsors with Kumar Associates today, as well as Brian Mulnix with Catamount Constructors. And then we also have, for our Denver session, we have Ryder Levitt Bucknell and Cunningham Group representing. So as you can see, we're all very involved. So it's very exciting. We have our next monthly meeting coming up on April 8th, holding your team accountable. We just thought it's right now it's so important to, when you have BD roles in multiple geographic markets, how you can make that work, especially now when traveling is limited. So we're really excited to have that program coming up next.
No, that'll be a great program. I think what you're talking about too is maybe setting up breakout rooms, right? So we can have some little bit more focused discussion with particular groups, and then the panelists will actually kind of rotating roundtables. Yep. No, that's great. That's great. Kimberly, thank you for your leadership on that. Thanks to the advisory board. One other person I'd like to send a special thank you, and that is Carissa Anderson. Many of you have been interacting with her. The flurry of activity and just the amount of time and planning that goes into an event like this really has fallen onto Carissa's shoulders. So I just want to have a round of applause, at least figuratively, for Carissa and all the work that you've done. So Carissa, thank you for that.
Thanks, Joe.
All right, we are getting closer to, okay. One quick question is, Paul, our keynote, are you signed on, Paul Johnson?
I can see you. I'm hoping you can see me.
Okay. Hello, Paul. Wonderful. Welcome. Okay. With this, we talked about our spot. Thank you, Paul. We'll get to you in just a second. We want to do a thank you to our keynote sponsor in why did I say T? W2W Sport. Again, thanks for coming on. Scott, this is probably the second meeting in a row, so we really appreciate you and your involvement and your support.
Absolutely.
And your story. So if I could just turn it over to you for a couple minutes, and then we'll get to our keynote.
Yeah, I mean, we've already kind of gone through it in the beginning, but I'll go through it again. We're a full service flooring contractor, but here in California, we focus on athletics. It's a good niche business that we've gotten ourselves into, and we service customers from community colleges to professional teams to universities to the military and everywhere in between. Like I said earlier, like I say, if you play, practice, or compete on it, that's what we do. It's been a pleasure to join this and be a part of it, and what you guys are doing, I think, is important. For all of us on this side of it, the collaboration is great, and the minds that are a part of this, I think, are inspiring. So I'm looking forward to doing more with you guys, and I really do appreciate the opportunities that you guys have given us. So thank you.
And if people want to get a hold of you, we can obviously through your website and such, and just kind of reach out, right?
Well, and I was if we could follow up with an email with contact information as well.
You bet.
And I was supposed to take 5 minutes. I mean, I can play a video, but I figured whatever you guys want, if you want to give the rest to Paul, it's fine with me. However you guys want to do it. But I figured keep it short and sweet is a good way to go.
Who would want to do the video? I think it'd be kind of neat to see you in action.
Okay.
You know how to? What would we do here?
Let me share the screen. Let's see here. Oh, you've got to change the screen sharing options on yours. Let's see if I can. It should be.
You're braver than me, Scott.
You're getting there, Joe.
Hold on. It's asking me to, I got to approve Zoom. Zoom will not, uh-oh. It's going to make me quit and reopen. Let's see what happens. I might have to come right back. Oh, maybe not. Let's try this. There we go. This is our video.
Everyone knows greatness is earned. So when they work hard, we work harder. When they push their limits, we push further. When they dish out their best, we gladly take it. And when they fall, we are there to catch them. The greatest athletes cast the biggest shadows. We take pride living in yours.
There you go.
All right, very cool.
Very nice.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, my pleasure.
All right. Again, well, thank you. Thank you to Scott. Thank you to Elton. And all right, we will get to our keynote speaker. And I will get this up.
There we go.
That up. Whoops.
Good.
All right, Paul Johnson. Welcome, Paul. We're really excited to hear from Paul. Paul, as a 29-year-old young lad, believe it or not, was the mayor of Phoenix, Arizona. So he has a distinguished political career and also a founder of Redirect Health. And he's going to be talking about disruption, right? The mindset of a disruptor. And I kind of say, if you're going to be a disruptor, you might as well disrupt 18% of the economy, and that is healthcare. And that is what they're doing with Redirect Health. With that, Paul, do you mind if I turn it over to you, and welcome?
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for having me on and giving me an opportunity here today. You're right. I did spend a lifetime in politics. So if I offend any of you as I'm going through this, I just want you to know that it was intentional. I would also start by telling you that that definitely seems like an entire lifetime ago. When I left politics, when I left the mayor's office, I think I was 35 years old. And when I left, I knew that I wanted to go into business. I had some ideas of what types of businesses that I thought that I wanted to go into. But disruption is something that I think most people who are in business see as being exciting. If you can disrupt an industry, if you can disrupt the market, you can change the world. And that really is what disruption is all about. But before we get to that, before we get to kind of the economics and the philosophy around disruption, what I would tell you is that I think it's always important, at least in business, and for that matter in politics, to think about who you are, what I call the big 5 whats. The first 3 whats that I think all of us should ask ourselves, they're the questions that I asked myself when I left the office. What is it that I want? What drives me? And what are my fears? What are the things that I'm afraid of? Having an answer to those will take you from being able to survive to thrive. And that's a key issue. Now, for me, I built around that after I left office and after attempting or being involved in a few business ventures that I was mainly involved with other friends. I began to figure out that I needed to have for myself a mantra, something that helped me think about anytime I entered into a venture, did that venture fit within my mantra or what it was that I saw as being important to myself. I came up with 3. Mine were think the unthinkable, change the world, and have a blast. change the world because I just know that that's something that drives me. I want to try to make a difference in a bigger way. That's not true with everybody. Some people are excited or enjoy just being able to have a business and feed their family, or to be in control of themselves, or not having to work for someone else. But for me, that just simply wasn't enough. Thinking the unthinkable was because I knew that it had to be something that I didn't think that anyone would be able to do, or I wouldn't enjoy it as much. And I finally came late to the Have a Blast because I began to recognize that with some partners that while I cared about them and they were important to me, our values didn't align. And when values didn't align, while we might have a similar idea on the strategy, when the values didn't align, it wasn't fun. It wasn't enjoyable. One of my best partners that I made the most money with, I know one of his top values was, how do I make money? How do I make the most possible money that I can make? What I figured out was that wasn't the key driver for me. And so consequently, I made mine have a blast. I want to be able to enjoy myself. I want to be able to enjoy where it is that I am. The second set of questions, if you ask me, should go from thinking about who you are to thinking about your company. And the company, you should think about what problems are you trying to fix and what market are you trying to serve. Everything in politics and everything in business should focus on what's the problem that I'm trying to fix? What is it that I'm trying to do here? And certainly when it gets to what market, I want you to look at what market in a little different way. Instead of looking at what we might traditionally see as what market, I'd like you to see markets only in three categories: the served, the overserved, and the underserved. Those three markets are the real markets that exist today. And in general, if you're going after the served market, either the market has to be expanding, and so there's a place for you to fit in, or you have to go edge someone else out. There's a book called Red Ocean, Blue Ocean, or maybe it's called the Blue Ocean Strategies. But the idea to the book is that the people who go into served markets are usually going into a red ocean because there is a tremendous amount of blood that's in the water from people having to be able to capture someone else's space. Now, another way to go about a market that is more of a blue ocean is to go after the overserved, the people who already have a lot of service, but they want something very special and something very different. And so they're being overserved today and they're looking for something more specific. You know, that could be an Excel spreadsheet that you put onto an online marketplace where Excel has way too many features and you don't need all those features. You just need something that works simply on your phone. But the overserved is a market as well. And the last market is the underserved, the people today who do not have access to the services that you may be interested in. Now, what's interesting about that market is that it is a blue ocean. There just simply aren't other people out fighting for it. The downside to that market is that the underserved, generally, people can't find the right economics to be able to make those markets work. But in my opinion, they're the most interesting because they are the most difficult. You have to think outside the box to be able to make them work. And I would tell you, or at least I would suggest to you, that all disruption eventually focuses on them. Disruption is really about democratization. How do you take a product and make it more democratic? There are a number of people, I think it's Peter Diamandis in one of his books I really enjoyed. He wrote a book called Abundance and another book called Bold. He talks about the 6 Ds of disruption. The first 2 happen before disruption. One of them is that you have to be able to digitize a product. And then the second phase is that after you digitize it, it goes through this stage where it's deceptive. You don't really see the growth that is taking place in it. And so consequently, oftentimes people misguess it. They don't realize the difference that it's going to make. As an example, ebooks started becoming available in 1995. Remember when I left the mayor's office, ebooks were available, but it wasn't until 2007 that Kindle came about. When after Kindle, we saw a dramatic reformation that began to take place. Now, the third stage is in fact disruption. The point that you exit out of that cycle, that's what begins to happen. But then you go through the last three stages. One is demonetization, meaning you start to make it cheaper. Then you dematerialize it, meaning that you can get it on your cell phone instead of having to go buy a device. And the last stage is democratization, meaning everybody begins to have access to it. We know in cell phones today that cell phones not only dramatically disrupted a number of worlds. If you had a GPS system 20 years ago, you had your own device for it. If you had a calendar device 30 years ago, you had a separate BlackBerry for it. But cell phones began to incorporate all of those. They began to basically make them free to people, and they also democratized them. Now, I went to Africa about a year ago, and I was amazed how many people had a cell phone out in the Serengeti with a solar panel that they would charge it up with during the day so they could operate, right? They didn't have any access to power, but they had a cell phone and they could communicate with people. So understanding that, and understanding that that underserved market is the market where the greatest disruption happens, and that when you find a way to disrupt that underserved market, it is inevitable you will disrupt all the players in the served market. Now, the other thing that I'd like to kind of hit on with this, at least as you're thinking about it, is I'd like you to think about the philosophy of disruption, because there is a philosophy that goes along with it. And the philosophy, in my opinion, starts with optimism. You will find that most of you are in business, you're involved in this organization. For the most part, that tends to mean that you are optimistic. You have a belief in the future and a belief that the future can be bright. Well, the thing that I would tell you is that optimists tend to believe in abundance. They tend to believe that there's an abundance of product that's available for everyone. There's so much product available in every area that we don't have to worry about scarcity. A scarcity mindset tends to focus on the exact opposite. They focus on there's so little of everything that we have to fight to get our piece. Now, a person who believes in disruption and who also is an optimist might look back, and they might look back at the mayor of New York, who once made this comment: we could never have more than 1 million people in New York, because if we did, where would we put all the horses, right? The world changes. Disruption takes place. Disruption for the last 1,000 years has been taking place. Thousands of years have been taking place. But the difference today is it's getting quicker. It's getting faster. Moore's law has created a massive amount of changes that are accelerating and making change exponential. Moore's law, for those of you who don't know it, is basically the size of a computer chip drops in size by half and drops its price in half about every 18 months. Now, there's some argument about whether or not that law is going to be able to continue. But assuming that it does continue, and assuming that it does what it's done for the last 50 years, what that's done is it's created an exponential change in terms of digital information, how we can process it, and the different types of learning that we can move to, from machine learning all the way to AI technology. Those technologies are creating change so fast that it will change everything we know, from architecture, engineering, how we communicate, how we transport one another. The changes will be monumental. If you believe, as I believe, that we should be optimistic about the future, I would tell you that the evidence that exists to that is just simply in looking back. There's just no doubt over the last 1,000 years, over the last 500 years, over the last 25 years, the world is getting better, and it's dramatically getting better. If you went back to when I was a little boy, I recall that we had an evaporative cooler unit on our house. The reason we had that was because not everyone had air conditioning. They couldn't afford air conditioning. Today, air conditioning is put in low-income units almost everywhere. It's universal. When I was a little boy, people had one car in their driveway. We went to the point of having 3 cars on our driveway. And now we're getting to the point where people are starting to see Uber and other alternatives to transportation putting us into the possibility that leasing cars and maybe even being involved in pools that have self-driving automobiles all of a sudden become a reality. The CEO of General Motors made the comment that they believe that they would no longer be in the selling business. Within the next 20 years, they would be in the leasing business. That's a major disruption that is happening inside the marketplace. So again, if you look back at the Dumont de France, the Dumont de France used to have 600 people that it took to make their meals, right? They had to have somebody that would pick the crops, somebody who would plant the crops, they had to have somebody who would refrigerate the crops, someone who would fish for the crops, fish for meat, hunt for meat. They then had to have people who would prepare the meals, serve the meals, a large group of people doing that just to take care of the Dumont and a very small family. Well, today, within minutes of your home, you can get better meals, bigger variety of meals, and you can get meals that are healthier for you than they were able to be served. And that happened because what we began to do is to buy fractions of people's time instead of buying all of their time, because of inventions like the ice maker that began to give us the ability to transport meats and fish and other types of products. Those changes are dramatically making the world better. Now, you will find in politics, I call it the Bernie Sanders, Donald Trump theory that exists in economics that says, hey, there's only one lump of labor, just one lump of labor that exists in the world. And we have to make sure we get our part. So that lump of labor theory believes that because there's only one lump of labor, we need to try to close off other people from being able to take away from us what we own. And so the idea is we need to have tariffs and we need to stop other people from being able to come in and invade our markets. Now, the challenge to that is that as products become digitized, that becomes much more difficult to do. If you look at tax returns as an example, tax returns that were done for Americans 30 years ago were almost all done by Americans in the United States. Well, in somewhere around the year 2008, we had almost 300,000 tax returns being done in Bangalore, India, and one other city outside the United States. In Bangalore, India, 3 years later, that grew to 4 million tax returns being done offshore. See, here's the thing, you can't tariff that. It's bits of information that you're sending overseas, having someone there do the work and then send the product back. At least we haven't figured out yet how to do it. And as we digitize products, we begin to commoditize them. Here's the thing, anything that can be digitized will be commoditized. It's just a fact. It doesn't matter if it's architecture, engineering, accounting, they will be. However, the area where you end up adding value is on the intellectual side of product. Now, the opposite of the lump of labor theory is the Henry Ford theory. The Henry Ford theory said, hey, if I can create a car cheaper, if I can begin to create an assembly line that gets rid of frontline workers, I can retrain those workers and I can put them onto the backside, creating more engineers, more designers, creating a better car, lowering the price of the car and giving more people the ability to buy it. Now, again, some people who look at that model, they just simply don't believe that if you keep lowering the price, there'd be enough people that would have jobs. It's the scarcity model. It's the lump of labor theory. The alternative to it is the abundance model. I can guarantee you there were ranchers and farmers all over this country. If you went back 40 or 50 years ago when the cotton combine and the tractors were being invented, that began to say, oh my gosh, you're going to put hundreds of people out of work, that those tractors are going to leave people unemployed. Well, what happened? Well, they went into cities, they began working on products that farmer might not have ever imagined: radios, television sets, automobiles, a whole wide variety of other things. Expansion begins once you begin to find a cheaper way to deliver that product with less labor. That labor goes someplace else. And if it can be retrained and reallocated, you can end up actually expanding your market as opposed to cutting your market back. Now, that's, of course, if you believe in the abundance theory. I'm going to give you just a few minutes on my product and what I do, mainly because I think it helps you begin to understand how this can apply to different industries. So the problem that I looked at when I left the mayor's office and then I ran for governor, I always like to say, Dean's online, so he'll know this is true. I wanted to run for governor in the worst possible way, which was what I did. I lost, but nonetheless, my goal when I left was to figure out, hey, what's the area where I thought that I could make the biggest difference? One of the things that I did is I knew from being involved in Democratic Party politics, I'm an independent today, but I knew that there was going to be a large push for healthcare. It was just obvious. When you went out and you started speaking to people, reforming and changing healthcare became it was just the top of everybody's mind. So I went on a hospital board, I went on a primary care board. I became a founding member of a board called NextCare, and I began to see the infrastructure of how healthcare worked. What became clear to me was two things, or at least two beliefs that I had. The first one was that there was a large group of people who were being way underserved in the marketplace. So just take these economics. Today in the United States, the average cost of healthcare for an employer is about $7,000 for a premium per year per member. That's with a $6,000 deductible. So if that employer decides to pass on half of that premium to the employees, and then you look at employees' wages, which by the way, you can look this up on Social Security, half of America makes under $35,000 a year. Well, that's true. If you try to pass on a premium of $3,000 a month, half of the premium, and you then say you're going to have a $6,000 deductible, I can tell you that's not a good bargain for the person making $3,500 a year. And in fact, they don't buy it. All right, they don't get it. They don't pick it up because it doesn't make economic sense for them to do it. So I began looking at what were employers doing with their healthcare and how could we make it better? Now, I also started with a little bit of an ideology. You may see this somewhat backwards to what to the party that I was in politics, but the bottom line to it was this. I believe that the private sector has a better chance of lowering cost than the public sector. I don't believe that. I'm absolutely positive of that. The private sector can do things cheaper and more efficiently than government can. Government has a challenge anytime it begins to take on a program. The very people that it takes its money from and that it serves can end up lobbying them to make certain that you're expanding the product. So if you're thinking about an insurance product, you know, life insurance works. Public pensions become very difficult because the people who you're giving the pension to will come in and lobby you, and they don't want to increase their rates, but they want to increase their benefits. Well, that doesn't quite work, but oftentimes they pass it and they create these unfunded liabilities that end up going on the backs of future generations of people who either hold the pensions or the taxpayers. The ability to make things more efficient generally happen when people can study the model up front, up close, and see how it works. So what began to become clear to me was that there were huge inefficiencies that were built into the existing market. Let me give you some, instead of from the consumer standpoint, and I can give you those in a moment, let me give you some from the provider standpoint. So any provider, any doctor who works inside the existing system, they have to collect co-payments and deductibles. Well, there's a fact, about 30% of the time, a provider who provides you medical services, they never collect the co-payment or the deductible. And that's after trying 3 times and oftentimes hiring an outside service to try to pick it up. So you know that you're adding administrative costs and there's some portion of it that's not collectible. In the United States, we've created what are called CPT codes. They're a billing code that is applied to any type of procedure in the fee-for-service world, of which most of us exist if we have traditional insurance. There are 85,000 CPT codes. Now, you fill out those codes, you send them to the insurance company. After you get a pre-authorization from them, you get pre-authorization to provide the service, you provide the service, and you fill out the code. Between 40 to 45% of the time, those codes will be sent back to the provider, and they'll tell them, oh, it didn't work. So you have to redo the code. Then after you redo it, you send it back in. About 50% of those get sent back. And you have to keep doing it until you get down to about 5 or 6%, because anything more than that would eat up all of your margins, right? There's administrative work on the insurance company side, and there's work going on the provider side. Then they have what's called audit and recoup, where effectively the insurance company can come in after you got a pre-authorization, after you filled out the code, after you got an approval on the code. They can come back 3 years later and they can say, hey, give us all of your codes again, look through them, and they can say, oh my gosh, on this code, you didn't fill out the weight of the person. And if you didn't fill out the weight of the person, then we don't know that the person actually came in. And they can recoup that from you. They can force you to pay it back. The cost, by the way, we've run a primary care clinic in our business now for almost 20 years. The cost of our collecting our money is 40% of our revenue. That means you can simplify that process. You cut out 40% right away. And we're not the only provider that that's for. In fact, hospitals fall under something very, very close. So all we did is we began to look at creating a product on the front end. Now we provide a total service for employers who want to become a self-insurance unit that work underneath ERISA, that want to get out of the traditional system. But we started by putting a direct primary care product in front of our insurance, giving employees unlimited access to primary care, to chiropractic, unlimited services that would be provided online, the ability to help manage, do disease management for them, and the ability to help them navigate through the system, and to do that without any co-payment or any deductible. By doing that, we reduce claims on the back end. Now, to give you an idea of how that pie might look, if you look at the overall pie in the United States, today in the United States, about 40% of all costs in healthcare go to hospitals. If you counted their MRIs, it would take them up to about 55%. Primary care cost about 5%. Insurance cost about 5%. By our increasing the primary care costs from 5% to 7%, we've been able to reduce those hospital costs by 50%, a dramatic drop on the back end. So by increasing service, we can decrease the back end. But the first thing most of our employers bought was only the primary care on the front end, and oftentimes didn't provide the catastrophic care. Why? Well, let's just say that you employ a group of stucco workers, right? And the stucco workers that you employ make under $35,000 a year. They don't know this. They already have catastrophic care. It's called emergency Medicaid. What they don't have is the primary care on the front end. So if that worker ends up riding his bike, and while he's riding his bike, he hurts his shoulder, goes into his doctor, says, hey, I hurt my shoulder riding my bike. First question the doctor's going to ask him is, are you sure you hurt it riding your bike, not at work? He says, what do you do? Oh, you're a stucco guy. Okay, so you put on stucco products like this. You know, you may not know this, but scar tissue builds up over a very, very long period of time. And then one day when you're out riding your bike, it snaps, and all of a sudden you have this problem. Well, let me give you the bottom line. If it happened as part of your work, it won't cost you anything, and you might even be able to get some time off paid. Otherwise, here's the amount of money that we're going to have to get this. Providers drive people back to workers' comp. The result of that is employers who have experiential rates end up paying higher rates on the workers' comp. That became our first market. The market where we could save the employer money on workers' comp and provide a benefit to the stucco worker, the painter, the drywaller, the people on that end who had nothing, who had zero. And we began to see that it reduced claims cost, which means that we're able to creep our way up into those other markets. So if you look at the steel industry in the United States, we used to have 3 major steel companies. We had the 2 big ones were Bethlehem Steel and US Steel. One day, somebody decided to go into the market to provide rebar, and they could make rebar about 30% less than the steel companies could. Steel companies said, you know, that's not really a good margin business for us. We don't make a big margin on that. So they gave it up. So the small smelters who were doing rebar all of a sudden began to grow, and they began to create the ability to go to the next step. That took about 20 years. And before we were done, Bethlehem Steel and US Steel filed bankruptcy. Why? Because those disruptors began to put them out of business. Now, let me do the same model in China. Everybody thinks China is going to beat us in this upcoming market. Maybe that happens, but this is a true story. They had 3 smelters. 3 years ago, they had a small guy who started going into the business of creating rebar. He began to get business away from the 3 smelters. He put him in prison for 20 years. All right. What they're dealing with are incumbent businesses having the ability to snuff out the ability for younger, smaller, more agile entrepreneurs to displace them. The large businesses, they're almost in the Gilded Age of the United States. What that was a term given by Mark Twain to the United States during the robber baron era. And that is going to have an ability to affect their ability to disrupt, at least in my opinion, as fast as we can. The corruption inside their government is going to cause them problems. And that doesn't mean they don't overcome these issues, but they have a bunch of them that exist there. The strength of the United States is the ability for those small businesses to disrupt. All policy, if you ask me, should be geared towards helping those small businesses get a foothold. What I found while I was in politics is the exact opposite can be true. In fact, most regulations that we ever passed always happen with a group of businesses coming in and supporting, talking about what benefit we'd receive, but also not talking about how it would give them a competitive advantage in the space that they were in. So the last thing that I would say to you is that we all need to think about our own business and what is taking place in it. And for the most part, I know that many people believe that that their business probably won't be disrupted. I hear that from certainly people who work in the construction industry, in the subcontracting industry, architecture, engineering. They just have a hard time being able to buy into it. And this would be my answer to you. If you don't find a way to disrupt your business, don't be surprised when some 20-year-old kid does. All of our businesses are disruptible. Now, I'll give you the model to disrupt subcontractors. To me, that's an easy one. The model to disrupt subcontractors is, what is it that they do? By the way, my dad was a drywaller when I was a young boy, and my brother today has one of the largest drywall companies in the state, and he's awesome at it as a subcontractor. I have 9 brothers and sisters, and then double cousins like Dean, who you all have, and they all do fantastic things in business and politics, and they're a fun group to watch. But if you look at the subcontracting business, what is it that a subcontractor does? Provide labor, generally to a general contractor, sometimes to a homeowner direct, but usually to a general contractor. All right. Well, if you can find a way to get that labor displaced from that subcontractor, you've displaced their business. We think about disruption being something like the cell phone. I would tell you, think about it like Airbnb or Uber. What did Uber do? Well, they took taxi drivers and they said, we're going to disrupt your business by creating a lot more taxi drivers who immediately can go into the space and go directly to the consumer. By doing that, it put taxi businesses out of business. Every industry can be disrupted. There's a model out there waiting that just happens to get through enough hurdles that they can begin to disrupt it. Now, the upside to that is we're going to make it cheaper. We're going to increase the ability for more people to be able to afford it. The downside, there are casualties. The casualties are the businesses that lost. So my argument to you would be the mindset of a disruptor. If you don't have that mindset, you want to at least learn it and understand it so you think about how it would have an effect on your business. Now, I'm just going to end with telling you this. I started by talking about optimism. I really do believe that that is the single most important thing, and oftentimes in short supply. Oftentimes we have, especially in the body politic today, a group of people who not only no longer believe that we can make things better, but they're looking for who to blame for who made it worse. And one group of people are trying to blame the wealthy for doing that, and another group of people are trying to blame immigrants. That is the threat to the United States. That's the biggest threat to the United States. If you believe in the free market, if you believe in entrepreneurs, if you believe that what is good about human beings is generally better than what's bad about human beings, if you'll allow the human spirit to go and to be able to produce and to create and to innovate, it is inevitable. They will create better products, more people will be able to afford it, and human progress will move forward. The great inventions that are going to happen over the next 20 to 30 years, they are not going to come from government. The ability to create a driverless vehicle, which may get rid of the DWI industry, which may get rid of people being killed in accidents, the ability to create a cure to cancer, the ability to be able to get us to Mars, they're going to come from private sector groups who are interested and motivated at solving a problem. And how you are able to motivate that human spirit to go tackle those problems is the challenge. What I'm finding is that far too many people, I did some campaigning this cycle, and I've been involved in lots of campaigns over the years. I've helped run 3 different presidential campaigns. What I see is that there's just a large group of people losing faith, losing belief that actually we in America can make things better. My whole reason for being here, my whole reason for being, is because I believe. I just happen to believe that we can, in fact, make things better. And with that, if you have questions, I'd be glad to answer them, at least as best I can. But that is my my theory on disruption and why it's important and why you should be thinking about it.
Paul, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And one of the things that came to mind also when we were talking about this originally is, okay, one may not everyone's going to be a disruptor, but it's also equally as important to identify when you see it happening, right? Because then you can adjust or make the appropriate adjustments and all that. So,
and you know, again, think about those 6 Ds. The 2 Ds that happen before disruption. The first one is what's happening in your industry. Can it be digitized? And again, break that down. The subcontractor says, hey, you still have to have a painter that will go out with a roller and roll that paint. Yeah, you still today have to have somebody that will drive the car that will take you to a destination. But if you can find a different way to deliver that painter, you've begun to change the market. Now, Uber will be one day, they will have automated vehicles, as will Lyft and Google and a number of other companies. But long before that, they're disrupting the industry simply by changing how they get them to it. And then there's this phase of disruption that is deceptive, that you think it's going too slow, it won't happen. But there's an exponential curve to technology that always takes place. Pay very close attention to the digitization, to the technology, to the things that are happening in your industry. And when you're thinking about them, don't always just think about the major component. Who's going to paint the wall? Think about, I don't know, is somebody going to find a better way to deliver the labor, a cheaper way to deliver the labor, a way that doesn't take a 30 or 40% margin on top of it to deliver the labor, a cheaper way to deliver the healthcare, a cheaper way to deliver the benefits that those employees receive. As you start looking at those components of your business, those are the components that will disrupt you. And then after they disrupt, again, at some point, it moves towards democratizing, making it easy and accessible for people on both sides, not just both sides of not just the purchaser, but also the person who's providing the labor.
No, that's fabulous. And we really appreciate your thoughts on that. I think we're going to have to, unfortunately, not open up for questions because we have to go into our next session. But Paul, I want to say thank you. And Dean, thank you for bringing Paul into the table and for sharing your insights. I think it's a combination of optimism and also a little bit scary at the same time. But hey, you know what? Hey, what are you going to do?
Okay, Joe, can I ask one question?
Yeah, go ahead, Scott.
Paul, you brought up the Gilded Age, you know, and you know, that's Carnegie, Rockefeller, all of that, and that was, you know, the free market sort of kind of taking taking advantage, so to speak, and running away with it. And the government did have to come in then. And trust me, I'm full believer in what you said, and I thank you for everything that you did say. It's great. But I think a lot of where that faith, in humanity is lost is in our own history. Not just, and right now we might be in our own digital Gilded Age with the Amazons of the world and all that make it very hard for those disruptors to come up. And without certain regulations and things like that to help prevent the free market to take over like it did in the 1800s. I guess my question is, what are your thoughts on that when you kind of add that in?
So back up from it a little bit and think of it in two different ways. The first way is this: the Gilded Age. What would have happened if they wouldn't have happened? What would have happened without the railroads? What would have happened without the timbering industry? What would have happened without the coal mining industry? What would have happened without the utility companies or the steamships that were owned by the Vanderbilts? Think about that age had they not have been there. I would tell you they provided much more benefit than they created downside. And then I would also tell you, yeah, there was good logical reason for some regulation. Certainly, regulations that exist. I mean, I tend to believe I served on a bank board for about 10 years. That's an area that needs regulated because they create money. 1/3 of all profit in the United States go to banks, to bankers. So some regulations make sense. Some regulations to make certain people don't destroy the environment make sense. But what I would also tell you to be careful of is don't create so many regulations that the new person can't compete. They can't get into the marketplace. Regulations are much easier applied and the application of them are monitored easier by large companies than they are by small ones. You want to keep opportunity alive. And while we could go much deeper into this very question, because you've asked a very important, very deep question that there's lots of different thought patterns that should be built around them. I would tell you, I err towards making certain that you make it more free and more open to more people being able to access it and to be able to change it.
Well, that's awesome. I appreciate it. And one of these days, I'd love to have a chance to talk with you and go in depth on that. It's a very, very interesting subject and, a big deal this day and age, but I'm with you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So, okay, with that, Paul, let's, on behalf of the entire BD Guild, let's say thank you for you coming on today. And just for everyone real quick, we were brainstorming what this possibly could be. And we're saying, hey, disruption. And Paul kind of immediately, probably within about 3.5 minutes, kind of put a whole outline together in terms of what he just said. So very impressive. And so thank you very much. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, we will get going. We are a tad bit, because we had such good information here. We will move, let's see.
Sorry for asking the question. I had just.
No, you're good, Scott. I think a number of us were kind of thinking the same thing. Hang on, let's see. Okay. I am going to stop sharing because we're going to go to, and then I'm going to share again if that's okay. Hang on. There we go. Okay, we are going to go to our first session. And then after the session, we'll have a little bit of a break, but now we're going to get to the meat of things. First, we want to say thank you to our Denver session sponsor, that's Catamount Constructors. They're in Denver. Brian Mulnix is a representative, and he's on our Denver board, as Kimberly said earlier, and went through the professional BD classes. So with that, Brian, do you want to come in and say hello?
Thanks, Joe. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Brian Mulnix with Catamount Constructors. Catamount is a 24-year-old general contractor, 100% employee owned, based in Denver, Colorado, with offices in Atlanta and San Antonio. However, most of our work today is out of those 3 states, so that's what makes us a national GC. Sectors are industrial, healthcare, multifamily, senior living, retail, and then we have a government federal division as well. We are privileged to be the session sponsor for Pivoting Your Business in Real-Time Lessons Learned from COVID in the world. So thank you for the opportunity to speak and enjoy the session.
All right, Brian, thanks for your support and involvement. And with that, we are going to go into our first session, Pivoting Your Business in Real-Time Lessons Learned from COVID and the World. And we kind of had to do our initial pivoting. Maggie Bolden sends her hello to everybody, but had an uncontrollable conflict because they had a very important interview that kind of came in that required her immediate attention. So I am going to bring in Kimberly Warner. Right, Kimberly, are you there?
Hello.
All right, there you are. And Kimberly and I will kind of tag team in terms of our moderation today. One thing I do want to mention to everybody that this event will be recorded, and over the next couple of days, we'll send you a link with the recording to the whole event and also a survey. So please, if you could take time to do that as well. But let's get into this. And we thought this was a good way to kind of kick off the content, really. We've all talked about COVID, right? It's COVID. But what kind of real-time pivoting does it really mean on the ground? So they thought that, I give credit to the Denver crew that came up with this. So before I turn, Kimberly already went through a background of herself. If we could go to each panelist and do a quick introduction for each of you so everyone understands who you are and where you're coming from, and then we'll kind of get into it. Does that sound good? Peter, go for it.
Well, thank you, Joe. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here. My name's Peter Knowles. I'm Executive Vice President with Ryder Levitt Bucknell North America. I'm based in Denver, Colorado. We've had an office here for just over 20 years. We have about 21 offices nationwide and about 100 globally, and we provide project and construction management services. Again, good afternoon.
Thank you, Peter. Clint?
Yeah, hi everybody. Glad to be here. I'm Clint Schmitz. I'm the Vice President of Business Development and one of the owners of I2 Construction. So we're a commercial general contractor here, been around since 1999, really focused on the tenant improvement world. Office space is our bread and butter, which is why pivoting was so important for us. Industrial, medical, really all in that tenant finish world.
Thank you, Clint. And Eric?
Yes, thank you, everyone. I'm Eric Oakland. I am a principal and shareholder at Cunningham Group. Currently, I hold the title of Director of Strategy, which includes business development. Cunningham Group is a 53-year-old company currently. We have 7 offices around the world, 6 here in the United States. For architecture, we pretty much do everything except for jails and warehouses. So anything from themed entertainment, senior housing, and the whole gamut.
Great. Well, we picked each of you. We just felt like each of you will bring a different perspective from, how you might pivot your business. And so if we can get started on the biggest question, how have you pivoted your target markets sectors, or, has it changed any of those key markets, and how so? What have you done?
Shall we just want us to take it in turn?
Sure.
Yeah, sounds good.
Well, the answer, I suspect this is no different to everybody. The answer is we have changed our outlook with markets because of COVID-19. Back in October last year, RLB's North America senior leadership team got together to discuss sector strategy. We spent 2 days together trying to identify which sectors in our industry are likely to be agile and active in this year 2021. RLB works on a very broad range of different sectors, whether it's hospitality or healthcare or industry. But I think that we recognized just plodding along with the same attitude was not what we needed to do. Things were far too important to not put some new strategy together. So we did probably a similar thing to many of you will have done. We tried to identify which sectors were going to be busy in 2021. We identified data centers. Paul was talking about healthcare. We think that that is going to be a very, very big sector. And some of these are sectors that we already work in, but we wanted to try to focus our business in those sectors. So we created sector communities with employees within our industry in North America. And we challenged them with developing a business development plan for that sector. So we would have a community for data centers. We'd have a community for healthcare. And our employees would be responsible for taking those sectors forward in a manner to try and boost our BD, rather than, shall we say, putting a lot of business development time into sectors that were not going to be coming back.
And I would say, right along with Peter, what we had to do early on with office space being our bread and butter and about 90% of our market being on hold through all of last year, we decided, I think it was about middle of April, beginning of May, we held a roundtable with all of our advocates that we have, who are our best architects, brokers, owners, reps that we work with. We didn't want to go try and just, hey, let's bust into a new market on our own. So we sat down with them. We asked them, hey, we work with your office division. What other divisions within your company are doing well and have a big backlog? So we relied on the people who already take care of us to make those intros to their other departments, so we were able to scale up quickly in industrial and medical, doing several manufacturing facilities right now. So really for us, it was leaning on those who already took care of us.
Great.
Yeah, I think in the architectural world, at Cunningham, we really got hit just like everybody else, on the office side, hospitality, not only just hotels, but we do a lot of themed entertainment. So that really got hit hard. Disney, Universal pretty much stopped everything at that point. Healthcare, we really saw a big impact on remodel work, but we saw new work continue just with a slight pause. I think the healthcare world was really focused on their facilities. And so that's why the remodel projects pretty much went on hold. And then also on the multifamily or live side, senior housing took a big hit as well. I think all of the developers that we work with really wanted to focus on the well-being of their tenants and people living and working in their facilities. So that also was another market that got hit hard for us. I think as we kind of pivot and looking for new solutions, one thing that is critical, and it really kind of highlighted the need, especially over the past year, is affordable housing. So I think we've focused and changed to go after and support affordable housing in all the markets that we have offices in to start with. But we are seeing kind of our office start to come back, and more larger projects, because a lot of the people and clients that we have understand that the vaccine is out. I think everybody's optimistic about the future, and also realizing that larger projects tend to get drawn out a lot longer. So if we're talking that we're doing a new hospital, for example, that it's 5 to 6 years out before that opens. And so I think everybody's kind of seeing the light at the end of the tunnel and realizing to keep things moving forward.
Do you guys?
And I'll add on to that, Eric, just with good news for everybody. Being in the office market, we're about 10% away from our pipeline being back to pre-COVID numbers. So to Eric's point, we are seeing a lot of people start kicking the tires, looking at space again, what that space looks like. a little bit different here and there, but yeah, it's been very positive, upbeat over the last 30 to 45 days.
Do you guys expect to go back to your lanes, so to speak, or some of these pivots going to be part of who you are now, right? Is it going to be part of the redefinition of what you're bringing to market, or do you think you're going to go back to kind of your strengths? Yeah.
It's a good question. I think we may end up becoming more adept at these sectors that we're going to be focusing on, and we may see rewards and returns from those sectors because we are focusing on them. I don't know whether I can see us changing drastically. We do work a great deal in the hospitality industry. We don't see that coming back for a good while, but I don't think that would mean that we would just push that to the side. I think that we would keep our eye on that sector and make sure that we're ahead of the curve when that sector comes back, for example. So I'm not sure that we would see us change significantly in the longer term, Joe.
And Joe, for I2, it's all part of our growth strategy at this point. Pre-COVID, we were probably 80-90% of our work was office space. In 2020, I think that dropped to about 40%, but we still matched our best year ever in business by taking that pivot. And so now it's all of a sudden people don't think of I2 as an office builder. We're more generalized to a TI, and the amount of industrial and medical projects that people are calling us on now has been really good. So we were very fortunate that we pivoted early and had some great partners to rely on early.
Was there, Clint, was there a key moment where you guys had to sit and say, we need to huddle up here and we need to act and adjust now? Was there a particular kind of tipping point there that kind of made everyone really wake up?
Yeah. So we usually have about 200 million in our pipeline that we're actively chasing about 2 years out. And when that number dropped to about, I think it was like 35 or 40 million in the first 45 days of COVID, because every one of those office spaces had just gone on hold and said we're on hold indefinitely. And so it was kind of a blessing in disguise, really, that it happened so fast that we just sat around and were like, we need to do something different. We're very fortunate. We haven't had to do any layoffs through this, which has been really good. So it was, and my senior partners I have here, they've both been through 3 or 4. Alan's maybe been through 5 downturns, so it was really nice just to lean on them and their expertise about going through, changes like this in the market.
I think the changes that we're going through is kind of our direction moving forward. I don't think that we're going to go back. So that's kind of our policy, but in addition to kind of a different market share, but really more of a reliance on technology as well. I think that's where a lot of markets are going, and I think we need to be at the forefront of that as well.
Kind of talking about employees and clients, just the communication efforts. As far as employees, how were you able to keep your employees communicating? I'm sure everyone was, working remotely, and how was that accomplished? And what are some lessons learned there, that things that worked and didn't work?
Well, with apart from our employees that are based on project sites, we've historically been 100% in the office company, and working from home, if you will, is a little bit foreign to the way that we have been doing our business forever. I'm not trying to suggest that that's right. It's just the way that we typically have been. And so we've struggled with things such as collaboration, We've struggled with issues such as mentorship of younger or less skilled people, because we've always known how to do that when everyone is in our offices. So those were some of the issues that we've had. But to answer your question, we've become expert at Microsoft Teams, like everyone at the conference. And most of our offices have between 2 or 3 hands-on meetings per week. They usually last 45 minutes, where all of our employees, at least that one time in that 2 or 3 times in the week, actually are on, a platform very similar to this, where we discuss our projects and we discuss our clients and we discuss our problems and so on and so forth. And then internally, we've had an internal platform where all of our employees can relate to one another. So whether it's Halloween costume, best Halloween costume, or who has anyone got the latest report on so and so, we've been able to communicate nationally in that kind of manner, which I think is actually been working very, very well. We've been doing it for nearly a year now, so let's hope it's working well. I think that's what we've been doing, Kimberly.
Yeah, we were pretty fortunate that almost every one of our employees, except for a few admin, were already able to work from home. With all of our folks always being on the run, visiting job sites, attending OACs, they always had the capability to sit at a coffee shop in between meetings and, not have to drive, to the office. And for those around the country, our office, we're on the outer suburbs of Denver, and most of our work is downtown. And so that was just kind of really easy. Some of the positives that came out of it was every time we had a meeting, like a team would meet, they'd all meet in our conference room in the office. And now we've just gotten more efficient and meeting virtually, so our superintendents can stay on site. They're not spending an hour of their day behind the windshield. And I feel like it also helped our employees just get to know each other much better on a personal level, whether it's Scott taking his calls from his barn, his basement, or Tim, our estimator, taking all his virtual calls from his garage because he has young kids and 2 dogs. It's just been really great. And, kind of our activities to keep everybody engaged is, kind of in those first few months, we weren't going out and spending any money on BD. So we would just send everybody $100 to go buy a nice meal for takeout for their family. But then the key was everybody had to send a picture of their whole family enjoying the meal to the whole company. So we were always trying to do little things like that just to help people just remain positive.
Yeah, I think with Cunningham Group, also kind of being a national firm, we adopted the Zoom platform a long time ago, and to the point where we even like dropped all of our office phones. And so even our phone system goes through Zoom, and we made sure that everybody switched to laptop computers maybe about 2-3 years ago. So that way everybody can work from home if they need to. And so when kind of we got the call back in last March, almost a year ago, to everybody switch to work from home, it was a pretty easy transition for Cunningham Group, because we were used to this kind of platform already. We used to call ourselves a traveling firm just because we do work, we call cross office work. So at any one project, we could have people working on that project in 3 to 4 states, 3 to 4 different time zones. But that's how we work, and it's been pretty efficient for us. And so we made sure that like all of our Revit files are up on the cloud and kind of everything is connected. So that way we can all work together, regardless of what time zone we're really in. Our biggest transition was not being a travel firm anymore. So that was kind of our biggest one, is that we stopped all travel and haven't traveled in the past year or so. Kind of meeting everybody face to face has been hard, as you can imagine, especially with business development, but even team members. But we were kind of used to that platform already. One thing that we have done for employees, and just like Peter had said, we do the costume party. We have Zoom calls once a month with the whole office. Every week we have what they call the spirit hour, where people can get on and have some kind of theme like trivia or what's your favorite building, or just general discussions. And then team meetings, it's, every other day is team meetings. So that is one thing that there's a lot of Zoom calls these days. I'm sure everybody's experiencing that. But yeah, that's kind of the world we live in. And we're not anticipating going back to that same format that we were pre-COVID in any sense. I think it's going to be a hybrid for a long time for us. So
kind of one question I have on that is, we all talk about the adjustment, right, to a little bit more virtual world. Do you think there's going to be resistance of adjusting back? Or is it, how welcome will it be adjusting back versus the resistance? You know what I mean? Because people are I think a lot of people are like the non-commute and just the amount of time saved, but we don't have that personal touch. So I'm just kind of wondering, what do you guys maybe see in terms of a possible resistance of returning back, or maybe even from your clientele, right? From the personal touch with your clientele.
I'll go first on that one. I think for business development, I think everybody's kind of craving to get back to lunch or coffee shop, or having a real good face-to-face is always important. But as for the employees in the office, we've done surveys every 3 or 4 months over this past year, just to gauge what the involvement would be if people were to come back. And I think the consensus is that people do want to come back for that personal connection, but only like a couple days a week, and still take advantage of the Zoom calls and no commute time and things like that.
I agree with Eric 100%. We've been doing this so long now, and I don't think I've spoken to anyone in a while that hasn't said, I really like coming back to the office for 2 days. So I think there's going to be this hybrid situation that we have to embrace this, because it's the obvious outcome. We're going to have to learn how our staff productivity can be as high as it always was. We're going to have to learn how our relationship with our customers is going to be strong and solid. And we're going to have to learn it through this hybrid of whatever this hybrid is, whether it's 2 days in the office and 2 at home, or whether it's 2 days in the office, 1 at our customer's office and 1 at home, and then Teams meetings for the rest of the time. I think we all know we have to embrace this, otherwise we won't be successful. And we all know that we will have to deal with situations where perhaps some employees just don't want to come back at all, and that doesn't quite suit us. And we're going to have to deal with that somehow or other, because I don't think we will go that far where we're going to be a 100% remote business. We won't be that. We know there are going to be these issues that we're going to have to deal with, but I think we're going to use this as an opportunity to grow and become stronger, and rather than complain about the whole thing, let's try and find where the efficiencies are in the whole thing and move forward that way.
I saw there was a question about our employees coming back to work. We actually had our employees come back to work back in June. And so on any given day, we have 80-90% of our staff here in the office. It's still not required, but almost everybody comes in almost every day, unless there's a COVID scare to school and somebody has to stay home with their kids for 2 weeks. Then we see someone kind of, needing to be out for a while, but it's exactly what Eric and Peter said. People just crave being back around people. We're sitting around and we're discussing a job, and you've got to be discussing drawings. It's much easier to have 4 people in a huddle room than it is, on a virtual call with someone with a mouse, trying to point at the drawings and figure out what the best collaboration tool is. And, and to what Eric and Peter said, we build a lot of office space. We probably do over 1 million square feet every year. And the majority of the people that we see are going to a hybrid model. So it's so really anybody in that 20,000 square feet and under, really their office isn't going to change a whole lot. The people who you kind of get up to those 3, 4, 5 floor tenants, we're seeing them be able to downsize, give a floor, 2 back, and they're going to more of that hoteling, or I just learned a new term from a law firm we're chasing called free addressing as the new term for it, but it's 2 days in this week, 3 days in the next week, and getting rid of a lot of the kind of that office space and going to more collaboration spaces, more amenity spaces within the office space.
And Clint, for you all, I know that you've made some changes within your office as well to kind of make people feel more comfortable coming back to work. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we, kind of the same that everybody's doing, the temperature checks, the CDC questions, when folks come in, the hand sanitizer stations. But one of the things we found, a mechanical engineering firm who's the owner is the brother of our managing partner here. If you go to globalplasmasolutions.com, you will see there are these ionization systems you put in front of the HVAC system. And so what it does, it's about, the one I put at my house is about half the size of my computer and very cost effective. The one I put at my house, I think was $600. The ones we put on our RTUs here in our building, we have 6 RTUs. I think they were like $1,600 an RTU. What it does is actually, it's an ionization. So, it charges the electrons in the air. And so, COVID particles, allergens, pollen, mold, any of those things, as they come into the air, the ions attached to it are so heavy, they drop it to the ground and kill everything within 3 minutes. The great thing about this was it's been around for about 10 years. This is what the Air Force uses in all of their planes. And so when COVID hit, they ran the test on these, and so we had them all installed in May, and then that's kind of how we felt comfortable bringing everybody back in June. So now it's we're kind of getting in some sticky territories where people are calling us, wanting to put in their office. We had a law firm call us that we work with, like we want them on all of our VAVs, and we're just like, okay, well you have 87 VAVs throughout your 3 floors. Here's the cost impact to that. And so now we're getting more creative and sending them to the VAVs and the zones where it's to all their conferences rooms and collaboration spaces and helping out that way. So we have been able to get creative when companies don't have their own RTUs and to kind of think about pricing. We just built an addition for Groove Auto here in Denver. They had a 100-ton unit. The system was about 16 grand for a 100-ton unit on the RTU. But it's been great. I'm gonna knock on wood. No COVID cases in our office since we've been back.
We have a question from I hope it's okay, Laura. Laura Davis actually works for Steelcase, and Clint, I'm sure you can probably speak to this as well, as long as Eric and Peter. Steelcase has done some global research in terms of not having the folks on site, where productivity and maybe creativity is maybe down a little bit. According to the research, it's maybe 12 to 14%. So is that a concern? And then also, how about just the company culture that happens when people are together, right? And maintaining the company culture.
I think it's been great at the end of the day, having everybody back. I feel like when everybody came back in June, I felt like productivity was probably at its worst that first week of June, because everybody was just running around to talk to everybody and see how they were doing. And, nobody wanted to do any work. They just wanted to catch up and see people in person. So I would say productivity definitely went back up as soon as we got everybody back in the office.
Yeah, we ran a couple models on productivity, just looking at like how much people are on certain programs to produce drawings and things of that nature. But so when COVID first hit, the first 2 to 3 weeks, we saw a sharp decline, and then it raised back up, and then it actually exceeded kind of where we were before COVID. And then it's been this roller coaster since then. It's like kind of went down, went back up, went down, back up. But it's all within a certain percentage range, which isn't too bad. I think we're kind of at an up right now, just because people seem to be more optimistic and have already got into the swing of things on how to work. remotely and dealing with family and kids and dogs and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, overall, it's been kind of an even kill, but we have seen it kind of up and down as a roller coaster.
I think Joe, we know from studying the same internal data that everyone has on their own company that productivity is down. It's flat now. That the hope, of course, is that it's going to slowly rise from here on out. But we just very recently compared data from January and February 2020 to January and February 2021, and the efficiency was, you know, maybe not quite 10% down, but it was certainly high. And so, you know, that's something that is a concern to us. And again, it you know, it really makes us need to understand how we get that efficiency back, knowing that we won't be going back to our old ways. And, you know, we need to learn how to do that.
So we've talked about kind of the internal aspects. How about approaching business development with clients and interacting with them? What has been your experiences with, you know, people that aren't comfortable with a face-to-face, you know, meetings yet? And could you all kind of touch on those?
Yeah, I guess I can get the ball rolling here. I would say probably still 80% of everybody, minus, you know, that first probably 90 days of COVID, are all still willing to get out and meet in person. There's probably still 20% who just, you know, they might have somebody, you know, in the family who has a health condition they don't want to get out, which has actually been great. I think kind of starting in that June-ish timeframe, you know, the number of meetings I've had has probably gone up 30%. Just because you're able to fill in those 30-minute phone calls in between meetings, which I was never able to do before. That could have been, you know, your drive time to get to the next meeting. So there has actually been a positive to it, and I can kind of see that still moving forward, even when everything does open back up. I feel like we probably golfed more than we ever have last year, because that was the only thing to get out and do. The other thing, sporting clays. I've been out. I grew up on a farm in Iowa, so bird hunting was always my favorite thing, and I wish I could tell you how many people I've gotten addicted to that over the last year who never even shot a gun before. So it's been fun, and getting people, you know, out doing some of those outdoor activities that just outside of the box, right? If you ask someone, tell me about the last time you golfed, well, they might have golfed with, you know, 40 vendors, you know, but when I take people out shooting clays, they just love it. They've never done it before. So finding that one thing that you love doing that you can get other people interested in, I think is key.
Good point. Yeah.
I don't think we can say the same as Clint for our outdoor engagement with customers, unfortunately. What we have found is that we've increased the intensity of some of our business development components. And one of them is ensuring every member of staff realizes that they actually are doing business development. And so one of the things that it's been very successful. We need to understand that it's not the business development professionals that do the business development. It's every member of the company that does business development. And one thing that's come out of it is that because we've been doing everything on Teams, for example, our customers who, say, for example, may know me and some other senior people in the company, now are meeting other folk within the company because we're all able to get onto a Teams call. And, you know, a customer may have known the name of someone in our firm, but may have never met them or seen them. And in a way, that's kind of been a bit of an advantage that, you know, instead of taking 2 people to a meeting, you can take 6, you know, and that's kind of been good for us, I think.
Yeah, on the business development side for us, we pretty much had like a hard stop of meetings just as a company policy for a long time. I think that that's kind of opening up over the past few months, and we do experience some clients that are like, I am not doing Zoom anymore. If you want to meet with me, meet me, you know, at the office or at a coffee shop or somewhere outdoors, or even in their own office. So that's kind of what we've been experiencing. But it's funny, over the past year, it's like, you know, I see in the chat, it is unfortunate that I think a lot of people have not been able to go to conferences and make other connections that way. But we've seen a strong kind of a network, and people are wanting to take the approach that everybody's helping each other in this time period. And so we're seeing actually more connections through other developers to other developers, contractors to developers. There's just been a lot more openness to make connections any which way possible. And kind of like Clint said, I think everybody's a little bit more open to meet now, that you don't have to drive a half an hour to this place, or, you know, have commute time to go meet somebody for coffee. But really just kind of taking that time to, you know, actually introduce and meet more people and kind of make more connections that way. So we've seen a lot of doors open through connections, and people are willing to meet. It seems like more than they were before COVID.
And I will agree with that. Cold calling's actually been easier on the BD front. It
really has.
Getting someone to take a virtual meeting you've never met before is probably up 50% more successful than trying to get someone in person. And then kind of on a side note, with us all being, you know, they call it Zoom fatigue. You know, once a week, I would always try and get our ops team out with, you know, an architecture firm, you know, or a brokerage firm to get kind of our teams introduced, but we haven't been able to do that. So the one thing we have found successful, that everybody has had great feedback, virtual escape rooms. I think escape rooms are all across the country now, but doing those virtually, and then having breakout rooms where you put, you know, a couple of your people, a couple of the client together, and then it's a competition to see who can get out first. That has actually been great, and clients have asked to do those again.
I think there's going to be an extra level of scrutiny on getting back to the travel that you mentioned, right? Because travel is not just going to another city for a conference. It can be going across town and spending, you know, 2-3 hours with traffic and lunch and expense and all that kind of stuff. Do you think there's going to be an extra level of scrutiny on that from a management standpoint to BD, or not?
I was going to say, I don't think we've seen that, and I don't think we're going to experience that. It seems like this is kind of continue. I think another thing that kind of Zoom has opened doors for us is not being tied to a specific location as well. We feel like, you know, here I'm sitting in Denver, and pre-COVID, it was like, oh, you know, I just need to focus on going after projects in Denver. And that isn't the case anymore. We see developers all over the country willing to take calls, and you know, doors are opening for us in that regard too. That travel really isn't kind of a requirement anymore.
Interesting.
Even meetings with the cities. Every city is open to Zoom calls and things like that. It's like you don't even have to present to city council or anybody, and you know, anymore. It's kind of a nice alternative.
What marketing efforts have you done more of, and do you think internally, other, you know, to support kind of some of those business development efforts?
We've, by design, stepped up our speaking engagements virtually, obviously. We've stepped up our goal of having professional articles published. We have a firm that we work with that helps us with that, a PR firm. We've stepped up our goal of being considered thought leaders by more frequently publishing something. And then, you know, on LinkedIn and other platforms as well. We've been more active in using that in a BD and marketing way as well. So that's been very good for us. It requires a lot of effort from people to be, writing an article every 2 months with the hope that it gets published somewhere. But it's something that we've been intentionally doing over the last 12 months.
I guess for us, it was upping the credit card limit for my sales team as they're golfing 5 days a week instead of 1 or 2. I guess, but aside from that, we hired a marketing agency to help us out. So thank you, Kimberly, for that. Back in March and, over 2020, we probably had more social media posts, more articles published, more awards submitted in 2020 with their help than probably the last 20 years of business combined, trying to get us to do that stuff. So I'm an engineer by background, so marketing is not my specialty. So we hired the experts kind of going into this pandemic to really put focus to our messaging and our strategy.
So Clint, was that was in pandemic, that was in reaction to being in a pandemic and saying, hey, we need to have increased exposure, or was that been planning prior?
No, so that was been planning prior. And then I think we signed our contract about a week or 2 into the pandemic officially. But it's been a big help. And with their help, it was like, hey, here's all the things that get the most views and the most touches on your social media. And it was crazy. It was every time we finish a project, we take photos. That was the biggest thing. And so it was like, okay, well, we're just taking photos of our big high-end projects. And so we found a real estate company that on the small projects, they'll go in for $200, give us 20 photos. And so we can just kind of keep those projects, in the social media, just constantly rolling. So it's just been a big help to see what was working and what's working the best, so we can focus there.
Echo the same comments. We hired a marketing firm and a PR firm to do all the exact same things, increase our social presence, articles, showing thought leadership. We did all of that also. But in addition to that, I think we're changing the way that we're marketing and going after projects. And we're realizing that differentiating in the marketplace is critical. Not just because of COVID, but that's kind of the direction that we're headed. And in lieu of going after projects and just kind of saying, hey, here's all of our past experience, I think we're trying to revamp the approach that we take to go after projects to show them more of the human experience and more of the touch points that will benefit them, as opposed to just saying, here's our past experience, we can do your project. So nice. We're changing the way that we're going after work.
Mm-hmm.
Joe, I'm not sure what we are on time.
Yeah, we probably have like 3-4 minutes. If there are any questions from the audience, please feel free. We're having a couple good ones on our chat feature, so please feel free to reach out, or even put your camera on and speak up. That's okay too. One question I have for Clint, and this is the second person, Kim Doherty as well, engineer turned business development, and then you're a partner as a business development. So music to the BD Guild ears in terms of business development as part owner. Was there a particular path how that happened?
Not really. I probably should have saw the writing on the wall in college that engineering was not a good culture for me. But my degree got me out to Denver. Not a lot of high rises in Iowa to build, so that's kind of what got me out here. About 2 years into it, I realized that it wasn't a good culture fit. I talked way too much for other engineers, and then we were in the middle of 2009. I had about 6 months left on a project I was building, and I knew I was going to move on. And with the recession in 2009, the engineering firm I worked for had been shutting down all their offices on the East Coast. I knew there wasn't going to be a job for me after this. And then randomly a headhunter called me from I2 and said, hey, I got this company looking to hire a BD person. And I was like, I'm an engineer. I've never done sales. And he goes, well, they keep hiring salespeople, trying to teach them construction, and it's not working. So they want to find a construction guy they can teach to sell. And so a few GCs I'd done work for had recommended me, and went and met with Alan, our founder, who's from Michigan, Scott, our now managing partner, who's from Wisconsin. So just good Midwest guys like myself, and just fell into place. And it's just been with the company almost 12 years now, and it's really been a fun ride. So yes, any engineers, you can make it happen.
Big Ten has strong ties, so.
Did you say the Big Ten?
Big Ten, yeah.
Oh, I went to Iowa State. I'm in the Big 12 there, Joe. Those are fighting words.
My bad.
I don't know about any engineer.
What's that, Denise?
But I don't know about any engineer, but some.
No.
For
Hey,
sure.
Joe, I've got a question.
Yeah, Rebecca, go ahead.
I'd like to hear what the panel has to say about, I made the note that we're not in any group, large group activities, luncheons, etc. Fortunately, yes, we have golf, but there's so many other things, conferences and such. And so when we go more to a hybrid where people are showing up face to face, but then people are still wanting to Zoom and do the video calls, I'm kind of wondering what everyone on the panel thinks about how that's going to look, because I'm thinking I'm going to spend the money to go to a conference. A big part of it is the networking and who's going to be there. And if half or however many people are still on Zoom and we're doing this hybrid, what does everybody think will really come of that? Because then will it actually deter people from going and spending the money and being face to face if people aren't there? So just want to hear your thoughts on that, how that's going to look and predict, I guess, into the future.
Rebecca, I can imagine that that's the #1 question on the Convention Bureau's mind right now. And all of those that run and operate convention centers are probably wondering precisely the same. I think it's going to be a hybrid. I know we've used that word too much. I think it's going to be a hybrid because I do think that we do like to associate face-to-face with people. I think conferences and events are really going to have to step up their game to attract people that may ordinarily say, well, I can just join from home. So I think that that's something that we may see happen. And I think you'll have live conferences with virtual attendees going forward. I think that that's something I can imagine.
Yeah, and I would add on, Rebecca, to understand if you're gonna get an ROI out of it. Right now, I don't join any conference unless I can get the attendee list. And so how I would think about moving forward is if I see who's there in person, are there 5 people there I want to go see in person, then I would go to the in person. But then I would also use it to understand who's on the Zoom list, who are the people on the Zoom list I want to get to meet, and then just reach out to them individually, even if I've never met them, and just say, hey, saw you were on this call, so you weren't in person, would love to set up a virtual meeting with you. So I would just still use it as a BD tool, even though you may not be getting the best BD out of the event directly.
Yeah, we are taking the approach just like Clint. The attendee list seems to be more important these days. And what we've done internally is we've developed kind of a target client list. And that way we can kind of cross-reference target client list internally with the attendee list and try to focus on those people a little bit more. I always go to events just to stand outside in the hall to talk to people. That's the best BD effort. But
right by the bar.
Yeah, exactly. You have to know where your clients are. But
There's a takeaway today.
Yeah, but it really is kind of based on our target client list and seeing if that person is going to be attending in person or see if that person is just Zooming, and then reach out and make a connection.
I'm actually curious to see if down the road, some conferences get to where by design, they aren't doing it virtually to help drive more people, to all be in person. And of course it's, COVID permitting and all that kind of stuff, but kind of wondering if down the road that might be the case, just so that they can, figure out their number of hotel rooms or, all the different types of things that go along with an event, and then provide that better value that everybody is in person. So anyway, that'll be down the road, but I'm interested to see if that happens in the future. So thank you for your comment.
Hopefully not too down the road. Hopefully not too down the road, I know Jesse has a great idea, and this has been bantered about almost on all of our calls, and that is to have our first national conference in Las Vegas. Very center point with all of our chapters. So Kimberly, what do you think? I mean, I think should we wrap this up again? I want to say thanks to each one of you. I mean, thanks for Denver. You guys have brought some great insight as usual. Are there any other parting thoughts, or we will have an opportunity to take a little bit of a break? I'd say let's say we're not too far behind, but maybe like a quick 5 to 8 minute break. And then we'll come back on for our second session, which will be hosted by the Phoenix chapters. That sound good?
That's good. Thank you.
Okay, Clint, Eric, Peter, Kimberly, thank you very much. It was great. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you guys. It was great.
All right, I'm going to go off screen here just for a little bit. I'll be back in about 3.5 minutes. So that's and we'll see everybody soon. Sound good? All right. Hey, Sandra. Hello, everybody.
Hey, Joe.
Denise and Sandra, you're my heroes. I just want you guys to know that. Everyone else will know why in a second. Sandra, how are you? Well, you're muted.
Go. Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Hey, Sue.
We'll share the eventful 48-hour story here in a second.
Can't wait to hear it.
Yeah.
Business developers at their best.
You know what? If that first session topic's not a theme for what we do, right? Pivoting real time.
It's
best laid plans kind of thing.
It doesn't get more real than that. It's one of those 12 bullet points, isn't it?
Yes, I think it.
Like be adaptable, be flexible.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Those are winners. If you're not adaptable, you're not gonna survive for very long in this climate of change.
Having a collaborative crew also kind of.
Yeah.
Helps. Jade, are you there? Jade, there you are. Okay.
Hello, I am here.
There's the newscaster.
That's right. Let's hope I sound like one.
You do, you sound great.
Fantastic. Well, give me just a second here. Is the floor mine, Joe?
Not yet. Well, let's give a couple more minutes.
All right.
Couple more minutes.
Sounds good.
Hey, Denise, you look good. Your hair looks good.
Thanks.
We're still on our break slide, so you know. First of all, I'm really happy to see that AEC Solutions is going to be opening an office in Honolulu. So.
I wish.
Let's see, what time do we have? We'll just give it.
Changes an attitude.
That's right. It's a state of mind, right?
Can we do the next symposium there, Denise, with you guys?
I will get on a plane tomorrow. Actually, an hour. When's leaving?
Sorry, I'm going to Key West with Denise. We're going to Key West instead.
Instead of Vegas.
If I'm really cool, I might make it over to Mesa this week.
That was a good one.
I thought you were going to Gila Bend, Denise.
Yeah.
Don't get me excited.
Okay, shall we get going, everybody? How's that sound?
Yes.
My screen share is up, so I don't have many videos up. So, all right, welcome back, everybody. The previous session, we really didn't kind of lay out how this was really kind of set up. Each one of our chapters are hosting a session throughout the day. So I think you could tell the last session was hosted by the Denver chapter. This is this session number 2 is hosted by Phoenix, and there's a fun little story here. We had before we go into SDB and Jade, we had Hillary Weinstein was slated to give a talk. She has been a wonderful contributor and participant in the BD Guild events over the last couple of years. We greatly appreciate her. She had an unavoidable conflict, completely outside of her control, that we learned about on Sunday, like 7:00 p.m. or something like that. So no disrespect to Hillary. We owe her more thanks than anything else because it was completely out of her control. So we did a quick adjustment, did a quick pivot, and I go, you know who's really kind of an enthusiastic person who already showed her mettle on one of the similar situations at a previous symposium, and that was Sandra Sands. And I texted her and I said, hey, you were so awesome when you did that before, and you also instructed one of our classes. Anyway, here's the topic, any way you would be interested. And within a half an hour, Sandra raised her hand and said yes. So that's awesome. And then at about 9 a.m. this morning, Denise Allen, who you met earlier in the day, from AEC Solutions, said, you know what, I'd be happy to help moderate and help guide the discussion with Sandra. So talk about pivoting in the last 48 hours. I want to say thanks to both. So, but before we do have a content sponsor, and that is SDB Contracting Services. And Jade Nunez, again pivoting as a theme, kind of woke up to this pretty quickly, not too long ago, when she recently came on board or involved at this level. So Jade, thank you for supporting the Guild, and we'll turn it over to you, and I will do the arrows down as we go.
You know, you kind of took the words right out of my mouth. I was gonna kind of tag along on that theme of pivoting. And I'm gonna correct you, Joe. My last name is Nunes, not Nunez, but I get that quite often.
Sorry. Now
That's okay. I'm just gonna make sure everyone remembers it from here on out, right? So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jade Nunes, Business Development Manager at SDB. I see a lot of familiar faces, and I was able to introduce myself briefly earlier, but I just wanted to give a quick personal note. I've been in business development in the industry for just over 3 years, and I do find that BD Guild's events and programs are incredibly beneficial to myself and to others, and so I just wanted to thank you guys for all of your continued work and efforts to build a network and a community for us to be a part of. SDB is a proud sponsor of this event, and that said, the pivot kind of comes in because I've only been part of the SDB family for a few months. So this was kind of one of those things, and I just took over, and now I'm going to be speaking on behalf of the services, and I'm very honored to do so. But I'm going to lean on some best practice advice that somebody gave me about public speaking, which is make sure that I'm finished talking before you're finished listening, which is just a very long-winded way of saying that I'm going to try to keep this short and sweet. So SDB is a women-owned general contractor based in Tempe, offering pre-construction services that include design and constructability reviews, estimating services to help our clients develop the GMP, value engineering support, and subcontractor selection. We've been in the Valley for 40 years. We have a dedicated team of over 350 employees that are housed in our offices here in Arizona, a Texas branch office, and an office in Oregon that specializes in providing scaffolding to one of our high-tech clients. We offer turnkey solutions from civil and site services to tenant improvements. And I'll touch on it a little later, but kind of going back to being in the high-tech sector, one of the things we're most well known for is being an experienced clean room contractor. Next slide.
Thank you.
So we service a number of other sectors as well, including municipal and government work, where we hold, in addition to traditional contracts, more than 40 active job order contracts with our municipal, government, and education clients. So next slide. We've been partnered with over 25 school districts across both Arizona and Texas. Next slide. And in higher ed, we have experience working in all 3 state universities and across the Maricopa County Community College District. We also focus on aviation and transportation. We worked in airports throughout the state of Arizona, including Sky Harbor, smaller airports, and other out-of-state airports. And we've contracted directly through airlines like American Airlines and Southwest. And we have partnerships with ADOT and Valley Metro, specifically providing infrastructure support for the light rail initiative. SDB also works in both the public and private side of healthcare, from working directly in hospitals to small medical office buildings, ambulatory surgery centers, and cath labs are some of the kinds of projects we do there. And as mentioned, we are well known as a recognized clean room contractor with other experience in high-tech and mission-critical projects. We run the gamut of project sizes here. So from a complete fabrication of new clean room to modest hardware repairs like door replacements for clients such as Motorola, ON Semiconductor, and one of the world's largest chip manufacturers. And we have a number of in-house trades that we can self-perform. These are an added value to our clients and have And we also have a long list of pre-qualified trade partners that we call upon as needed. So we also sub out to other GCs as well, some of these services. We offer customers millwork and steel fabrication solutions right from our 50,000 square foot workshop here on site. It's really cool, it has some shiny tools if you guys ever want to come out and see it. I'm down there a lot with the guys. And we can also provide installation, crating, and shipping services. Self-performance, like custom millwork, helps expedite project schedules and reduce labor costs. And as mentioned, we do subcontract with a number of our other GC partners in and around the Valley to provide some of these single trades. So why SDB? Again, 40 years strong track record of delivering successful projects. Our in-house trades support our clients with custom solutions. We're also a signatory of the Carpenters Union, allowing us to scale our workforce based on project needs and volume. And we have an extensive database of pre-qualified sub-consultants. We're always bringing on more partners. So if you guys are interested in partnering or finding out more information on how to work with SDB, please go ahead and shoot me an email. I'll drop my information in the chat box shortly after I'm done talking. Finally, we have exceptionally high safety standards. That's one of our core values here. And we like to provide solutions through service. So I'll drop my information in the chat for those interested in learning more and partnering with SDB. But that's all I have. Thanks for having us, Joe, and the rest of the team at the BD Guild. Let me know if you have any questions.
Great. Thank you, Jade. Thank you very much. And thank you for that overview and for your support. Okay, now we're on to Phoenix. And with Sandra Sands, please, if I mispronounce, please correct me, since I've already 0 for 1 there. Global Performance Coach, Kefi Catalyst. Sandra will give an overview of herself in a second. One thing I want to say is she's also an instructor to the Professional Business Developer curriculum. So we appreciate that. And we'll bring on Denise Allen too to kind of help lead the discussion. So Denise, are you there?
I'm here. You guys
All
hear
right.
me okay? So thank you for having me. As Joe said, this was a true pivot in our world. Kind of heard about this last night. We confirmed it this morning. So please bear with us. We've not had the normal couple weeks to go through this. So I'm Denise Allen. I'm the Business Development Manager for Solutions AEC. We are a mechanical, electrical, plumbing, engineering group here in town. We also have offices in St. Louis. I've been in business development now for about 8 years. Have completed the professional business development program. I was part of the first class. I've been on the advisory board for 2 or 3 years now, and most recently received my CM Lean certification. So that's enough about me. We are welcomed and happy. Is going to be talking hopefully more than me. Please, though, we encourage the side chat, questions, interjections. You know, we like to think we know a little bit, but by no means do any of us know it all. We're super excited to have Sandra, and again, thankful that she was able to pivot with her day and join us at the last minute. She's got a fantastic background in advertising and communication, done business in 30 some countries, speaks 3 languages, just really crazy. Clients internationally like Kraft Foods and BMW on a global scale, more local to the Phoenix folks, Roofing Southwest, which if you don't know is now Global Roofing. So extremely well-versed in what she does, and is the author of a book called Bring Your A Game. So please welcome Sandra.
Hello, everybody. Oh, it's awesome to be here. This is so perfect because communicating with our clients and with our subcontractors and with our providers virtually is such a relevant topic. And it's something, because I've worked in 32 countries, I can't believe it. I've physically been in 32 countries. It's not virtual. I was like, this body has been to 32 countries. No wonder I'm tired. But I was doing it before all this was even the environment. And so when Joe called, I thought, oh my gosh, how perfect is that? Absolutely. Absolutely. we can talk about all this. And so just with the local client, it's so funny because we're talking about consistent virtual communication and all the different things we must do, right, in order to build those relationships and keep the line of communication open. Roofing Southwest has just now is now going to launch their new brand, which is Global Roofing Group. So it's so funny, everywhere I go, it starts local and then it turns global. And that's part of what is happening in the world today. So it's really important to be able to make those connections and keep them consistent in a very discerning type of way. We'll talk about that when we go through all of the different tips and the points we're going to share with you.
Great. Well, obviously, again, the topic of the Phoenix sponsor panel today is communicating in a COVID and post-COVID environment. And as a lot of times as the quote unquote communication specialist in our organizations, it is up to us to at least spearhead or, get it rolling to get our teams moving to create those client interactions and start building those relationships. So Joe, if you could pull up that first slide, please.
There we go.
We have got some tips and tricks here, and let me move my little box so I can see it. So, everyone can read, obviously, but starting with the email and text. So we know what we all used to do and how we came to business before we couldn't do business the way we knew how. What do you mean by email and text, not two-way?
Yeah. So many people, and it would be really interesting on the chat because I started off as a business development director for an environmental company. That's the reason I went to Europe and lived in Europe 20 years. So just because of the nature of the business and connecting with people, that's how I became a trainer. Now I train. So just so that it's clear for everybody, just to kind of set the expectations and the stage, I've been in your shoes for 30 years, okay? So what happened is because I had such good relationships with clients, someone said, oh, you should be a trainer, you should be a coach. And I was living in Europe at the time, and I became a certified coach with Dale Carnegie in Vienna. And after the 1-year process, they said, you do realize you're the first American that's ever done this, that's ever been certified in Austria. I said, no, I didn't know that. But that's the whole point is when you focus on the other, when you're other centric, which is related to point number 1, when you're other centric, magical things happen because you are in a mindset of service, of servicing your clients. So I'm developing their business, not my business. My focus is always to develop my client's business as a partner. And that is a two-way mindset and conversation. So what people don't realize is, and it would be interesting on the chat to find out how many people are single in business development and single, because I use analogies all the time from the dating world. I'm single. So who it would be interesting for people to put in the chat, I'm single, and how it's related to the texting world. Because when you are, you will know firsthand how different it is to have a phone conversation or what we're doing, a video conversation, right? Versus just receiving a text. So the reason I put that as the very first one, many people if you're single in the dating world, and many people in business forget that when you send a text or an email, that's a one-way form of communication. Why do I say that? Because you don't know, the people who are receiving it, right? When they're going to read it. You don't know what mood they're in when they read it. You don't know if they're in a rush. You don't know if they know what the emoji means. That's another whole other concept right there. You don't know how they're going to interpret that tone. So it's really important to remember when we're communicating that email and text is a one-way form of communication. So it's always important to follow that up with a phone call or a video. When I started, Zoom didn't even exist. It was all Skype. When I was in Europe, it was Skype and WhatsApp.
Yeah.
So yeah, remember those days? Yeah. So I act like I'm 12, but I'm really a lot older. And that's where all this comes from, is learning all of these things as we go. So I'll be able to give some ideas, and I'm happy and open to questions. Currently,
Sandra,
I've always seen parallels between business development and dating. Yes, thank you, Tanya. Absolutely.
Sandra, I have a question. I have a question on the two-way, one-way versus two-way.
Yes.
What's a for instance? What's an example of a one-way text? But people may not realize that, right? So what's maybe an adjustment people can start thinking about?
Yeah. For example, you could say, and then this has happened to me, Brad needs to be in on the meeting. That's a one way. I'm texting that to someone, okay? So when you receive it, what are all the different things that could mean? It could mean Brad needs to be in on the meeting because he doesn't know what's going on. It could be Brad needs to be in on the meeting because without it, we can't do it, right? It could be Brad needs to be in on the meeting because the last 3, he wasn't there. See? So that's a one way. So that means when it's received, it can have many different interpretations. Versus if I call you, I can, in one sentence, I can clarify all that. So it's really important to know when the person is receiving a text or an email, they can interpret it in many different ways. There's a theory, it's called the 4-ear theory. So there's minimum of 4 different ways they can interpret it.
Yeah. As a rule of thumb, especially with newer people, I always ask before I text. I don't know if that's something you do too, but
yeah, if you can. And yes, that's a very good point, Denise. Thank you. So I also, right, same, Tanya, and this applies to dating too, you guys. Do you prefer, I asked them, right, do you prefer texting or emailing, or do you want me to call you? And for example, Global Roofing Group, which I deal with daily, right, daily, they have an internal communication system called Ring Central. And so many of them, if I send them a text or an email, they won't see it until the next day. But if I send it on Ring Central as a message, they'll receive it. So ask them what they prefer, because that's, again, other centric. That's, again, focusing on their business, not my business. Thanks for bringing that up.
No, that's a great lead into your next point here in being concerning. So what ways can we be attentive in this new norm, and gotta hate that statement, virtual world, but still come across professional, likable, reachable, and not sales pitchy, but getting our point across?
Yeah, well, be discerning and don't over communicate. The reason I put that in there, and I'm sure you guys all feel this, we are bombarded right now with virtual messages. Bombarded, right? There's all kinds of statistics about how many text messages you get in an hour, or how many emails I get emails. I probably get over 100 a day in 3 languages. Can you imagine? So people don't need to send you 4 text messages for one topic. And we do that. A lot of people are doing that right now because they're missing, and I am too, we are missing the physical contact, the personal contact, right? Of being together in a meeting or going to lunch or golfing or whatever you guys do for business development. What's happening is because we're not having that, we're over communicating. So you'll get 3 or 4 things, messages or emails about one theme. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a real, yeah, okay. So that's what I mean about that. Be discerning about what you're going to say. So you need to get to the point pretty quickly. And you can ask your client, right? You can ask them, when do you typically read your emails? Or when do you want me to text you, the information you need for your meeting? Because I have to do that with my clients, and I know when their meetings are going to be. so that I send them the day before so that they have it and they're ready. That's discerning. So discerning of what they need, not just you, right, over communicating stuff as it comes into your mind. A lot of people are not great. It's not natural for them to work from home or alone as an entrepreneur. So structure is not easy for them, right? I've been doing it for a long time. So I know where my pain points are, where my leaks are. And so I make sure that I structure my day. I use a lot of block timing and things like that. That's what I mean by be discerning with your communication.
So how is that different? You touched on it a little bit when we were all live versus virtual, where you're right, we can send an email at 4 in the morning or 4 in the afternoon and they'll read it when they read it.
That's right. So it's different because you, as the one who's communicating, you have to be more organized. You have to be more organized, and you have to be more specific with what you're going to communicate. Whereas if you're together, right, and this happens within an office with people that you work with within the office, right? When I worked in advertising, I had the production team, the creative team, and the client services team. So I could just get up and go tell them something and then go back and work, and then go tell the production people, right, about this brochure or the TV ad, and then go back and work. I can't do that now. So I have to really be structured with what I communicate, and I need to know when. That's super important, by the way, to know when you communicate something to a client, because when you communicate also says a lot, doesn't it? If you're sending something at 2 a.m. in the morning, what does that communicate? Right? If you're sending it at 6 a.m., I get a lot at 6 a.m. because of the industry that we work in, right? The roofing construction. So for them, 6 is already, they're ready for their lunch break at 9. So I'm used to it. I'm used to when I get up, I'm used to receiving that from them. And I know that's when they're online. So the difference is we have to be more focused on their patterns and their day versus when are you going to make your calls, your sales calls or whatever calls you make.
Right. Well, that totally segues right into the added value.
Yes, that's right. Which is, which point is that? The next one? 4. Provide added value. So because people are over communicating right now, I'm sure you guys get emails every day with the same stuff. Like I already know how to use Zoom. I already know how to, whatever, do posts that are GIFs. I don't need 50 of them every week. So when you communicate, number 1, be discerning, know when they want to be communicated with, and also communicate things that are new insights, and not new to you, but what could be a benefit for them, right? So and good business development people do this all the time. You pretend like it's your business, and I look at the competitors they have, and I'll send them a statistic, like just a picture. Usually is the best thing is to send a screenshot. By the way, right now I was going to share one with you guys about getting to the point quickly. Right now, when studies are done about because I'm teaching a leadership academy, right? It's a 3-year leadership academy that I designed. Leaders are very concerned. One of the top 3 things they're concerned about right now is communicating consistently and the competition. They're more concerned about the competition than before. Why? Because, well, why do you guys think people would be more concerned about competition in a virtual environment than they were before? Let's see what comments we get. Why would they be more concerned, more aware of it? Why are we more aware of it? Not as comfortable with technology. Perfect. Yes, Priscilla, thank you. There's a lot of clients, depending on the industry, that are not comfortable. I have clients that are very lack of in-person connection. That's right. So when you have a lack of in-person connection, right? What could happen? Why are these leaders concerned more now about competition? Why would that be?
Well, it kind of goes back also to our last session, and that was a number more people are willing to meet and listen to what people have to say because they're able to fit it in their day.
Yes. So people, thank you, Joe, levels the playing field. Thank you, JC. I hope I'm pronouncing that correct. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. So now, right, everybody, you business development people, marketing people, communication people, but our clients as well are all online a lot, right? So that means they have access, and I can take 7 minutes instead of 4 in the time frame meant for travel. Okay, yeah, that's right. So what happens now, Sue, is people are online more, so they have exposure. They're more exposed to other people than they ever were before. I'm sure if I asked you guys, and this is similar in the dating world, it's so funny, because it's easier, right, to make an initial connection. You probably, like, let's say in the last 3 months, have made more new connections with people that are not in your 15-mile radius than ever before. Isn't it interesting? So in some ways, we're actually more connected, more available. That's the word. Does that make sense, Denise? So we're more available, right? So other people are more available too, which is your competition. You see what I'm saying? That's one reason. The other, thanks, Jade. The other one is also because they're online more, right? Everyone's becoming more savvy and used to getting their own information. So interesting. Whereas before, they depended more on you. They depended more on you as their BD contact. Now they'll just Google it, right? They'll just Google it. They'll go on Ring Central. They'll go on some podcast. There's like, I have at least 5 today. I'm not going to be in them. I don't need to be, right? But it's more available. So that's really important when you communicate with them to provide added value. And I mean added value that is related to their pain points or their priorities, their objectives, not what's related to what's going to do the goodies for you, but what's the goodies for them. Does that make sense, Denise?
Yes. It's so interesting because you're right. I think in a lot of ways, we're all able to connect with more people than ever. But if it is, which is good and bad, because if it's a call with somebody I've known for many years and my dog's barking and, UPS is at the door, you just kind of turn your mute on in a grain of salt. But if it's a brand new potential client, whatever that is, you got kids climbing on you and the laundry's going, my kid's getting lunch in the kitchen because even though it looks like I'm in Aloha, I'm in my kitchen. I wish I was in Aloha. It's a little more challenging to be so overly familiar as we're all having to be and still come across as this professional organization in person.
That's right. So she's talking about number 6, everybody. Keep it professional, not overly familiar. Yeah, I think those interruptions make us human. That's right. So Tanya, to your point, okay? And it because it's happened to me because I coach 28 people one-on-one every month. Besides the group leadership academy that I do, I still coach them what their personal objectives are, right? What are they going through? What do they have to change? And so there'll be a cat come in. There'll be like a curtain behind them moving, and I'm like, okay, I see the dog is coming in, So it can be okay, right? It can be okay for us to be very authentic and real, which is what Tanya was alluding to. However, just be careful, all right? Because what happens is, because we're in more intimate settings, like, they may be at home, you may be in your kitchen, it's easy that those boundaries are blurred. And it's very important as a business development professional, right? Because we're experts at what we do, to remain credible and to keep that professionalism. So I can still make comments, right? And I still can build the relationships even stronger than it was before, actually, in many ways. However, I'm always going to be professional. I'll say, oh, great, you know, we'll talk about the cat coming in or whatever, and then click, I'll show them a statistic about what other people in the industry are doing or what, you know, what's changing. So quickly go back to your credibility, because they have to see you as an expert. Otherwise, they're going to go online and look for things themselves. And you want them to depend on you,
right?
Not everybody else. That's why this is a perfect example, actually, Joe. I have 2 slides. So you have to depend on Denise and I to explain what they are.
Mhm.
I don't have 30, or I don't click and show you a video. I could show you lots of videos, actually. However, this way you're guiding the conversation. You're guiding what is going to be the focus so that you see what they really need.
What do you have some examples or an example of a faux pas that's more nuanced, not necessarily the dog coming in or
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
because they're in a different mindset,
Yes.
right? And so when they're in a different mindset, they can start going in another direction, talking about their wife or the financial stuff, or, you know, that they want to get a new loan. This has happened to me, right? Get a new loan. What are the interest rates, Sandra? Can you tell, you know? So important for us as the guide, as the expert, to keep the conversation professional. Doesn't mean I ignore them. I'm empathetic, right? I'm always empathetic, but somehow it's actually way more difficult. What we're doing is way more difficult now. You've got to really be on it to bring them back to. And so how that is related to the goal that you have, the goal number 3 about this, see, I'll bridge it. So always bridge it, because what happens is they get overly familiar too. And it's okay. However, as the business development professional, important to keep your credibility up. And I've seen it where it goes the other way, right? And then they'll start talking about personal things, somebody at the office, and then they'll start gossipy kind of talking. And that's, you know, that's not really productive.
Yeah. Joe, can you go to the next slide?
Yeah.
So Sandra, you're totally spot on. And going back to Zoom fatigue, I mean, in a lot of ways, it's just draining. Being on these calls, it's exhausting because you don't have that ability to read the other person's body language and get that energy from being with that person or that group of people like we're used to in a networking event, whatever.
Yeah.
So,
which is another one-way, two-way.
Yeah, what do your clients say? What do you see from your clients about the virtual versus live? What's harder, easier?
Yeah, well, it's in some instances, it's easier for them because they don't have to go anywhere, right? It's easy, it's more available, it's convenient. Maybe that's the better word. In some ways, it's more difficult because they don't love technology, some of them, right? They got to do something extra, which is click on the link, blah, 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 versus me just showing up. But in some ways, it has created, with many of my clients anyway, but I always do it on video. I don't do it just on the phone. So it's more two-way because I can see them. I can see their facial expressions. I can hear the voice inflections, but I can also see their body language. That's very different. Email and text, that's why it's one way, because you don't see them, right? This way is way more 360. Yeah. And yeah, so there are some things that are more difficult, but there are some that are easier because then they feel like I'm available a lot, and I am, but this way they could feel like, oh, well, I can click this link from my phone and have Denise right here. I don't have to wait.
No.
Yeah, I don't have to wait 45 minutes. See what I'm saying? For her to get here. So leverage that. We as business development, I mean, it's all about developing, right? So we need to develop too. So leverage the fact that they can reach you easier, faster, and you can reach them easier and faster too. There's a little bit of both, if that makes sense. So 7 is listen to understand versus listen to respond. And if you don't know what that means, I'm sure you have experienced this in personal and in business relationships. When somebody will be talking about an issue they're having, it could be, you know, I had this contractor and this happened, and they're telling you about it, right? And then you say, oh, well, what happened to me was this and this and this, right? That's listening to respond versus listening to understand. And to develop a relationship with a client or a contractor that you deal with, we need to listen to understand, because it could be the point they're going to make about their story is different from what yours is. And if they're speaking, listen to understand. A lot of people don't do that very well. Where's Tanya, my single dating person? She probably knows what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So how do you make these virtual more fun, more enjoyable? And I think that flows right on into number 9 too, and flexible.
Yes.
You know, when you're not sitting there and I go back to the body language, because that's just typically we are good at reading that and can ebb and flow with that and get that energy from that and make it more fun. So.
And that's a good point, Denise. I'm glad you said it, because you guys have probably heard of mirroring, right, in body language. So if I sit up more straight, they're probably going to do it. If I'm very animated and engaged, they're probably going to do it. Whereas if I'm like, and so today, they're probably going to do that too. See, so it works on video too. It's actually, in some cases, it works even more because they are focused. Somebody said in one of the trainings that I did, there was 24 people. And I always make it engaging, so they have to speak and whatever. And they said, I noticed when we're on the Zoom, we have to be engaged because we don't know when you're going to say, and so, John, what do you think about point number 7? And so they're really paying attention. He said, there's less sidebar chatting in our meetings when we do it on Zoom. But that's because I plan it that way, because I plan it so that everybody has to participate and so that it's fun. An example of fun, I'm going to do this. Actually, you guys don't tell them. I'm going to do this in 3 weeks because it's the day before, St. Patrick's Day, right? So I have, because I'm from Texas, I have a green cowboy hat. So I'm going to open the session wearing the green cowboy hat. And then we'll talk about, right, what are you doing to make an impact on your team? Because it's a leadership training. So what are you guys doing? This is what I did. This is one of the things I did, right? Because what does it communicate when you do something fun like that? When you do something unexpected, what does it communicate to your client? What can it communicate? Let's see what people say. First, that I'm silly, but what else does it communicate? What does it communicate? You plan
like an icebreaker.
Yeah, but what does it communicate about you?
You're fun.
You're thinking of them. You're fun. I love it, Rebecca. It communicates you're fun. It communicates you're thinking of them. It communicates I'm always thinking. Thank you, Laura. What else?
And creative.
It communicates you're creative. Do we want business development people that are creative? Heck yeah. Oh, it communicates you're prepared. It communicates you're paying attention. That's right. It communicates you're listening. It communicates you're in tune and you've got your finger on the pulse of what's going on, right? I love whoever put you, you're prepared. It also communicates you were thinking of them before the call. I didn't just come on the call and, okay, what do you guys want to talk about today? What are your pain points this month? No, they know, oh, wow, she was really thinking about us. See what I'm saying? So that's what you always want to do in business development. It's relationship building, but make it fun. And the reason this one came up, thank you, you guys. Laura, JC, Haley, excellent comments. What it communicates is that you are thinking ahead of time, you're prepared, you're structured, and you're other centric. And the reason number 8 is there is because how many of you are so tired of all these Zoom calls that go on forever and ever, you know? So if you know one is going to be fun and engaging and may have your name, she may call your name, you're going to have more fun.
So Sandra, other than wearing the cool green hat, which now I wish I had one, can you give us some other examples of stuff we can do?
Yes. I'll have a little video clip of something, like literally little, right? Like 15, 20, 30 seconds of something. And that's related to whatever the topic is, right? The next topic is going to be on self-awareness for yourself as a leader. It could work. What's your self-awareness for yourself as a business development person, right? What do other people think of you and what do you think of you, and do they match? So I'll have like a little video clip and then I'll ask, what's the first word that comes into your mind? That takes literally, I don't know, 8 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes. So a little video clip, you do something visually. I'll have a picture. I use sports a lot. That's why my book is called Bring Your A Game. I use baseball analogies in my book about you as a business person. You know, are you hitting a home run? Are you really swinging, or are you bunting? That kind of thing. So I'll put up a quote, or I'll put up a picture of an athlete or something very recent, and ask, you know, what are qualities he has that you'd like to have? Something like that. Yeah, something visual, right? Whether it's you or a picture or a quote or a statistic. I'll put up statistics sometimes. I'll share my screen and have a statistic of what are the top 3 pain points people are having. And that will, you know, immediately trigger a whole conversation. And again, it communicates you were thinking about them.
I like that. I'm going to pick on my colleague Jeff over here, and I hope he's writing this down.
Why? What is that about?
Oh, we work together, but I like that. I think that's game changing for some of these endless, you know, we've got a 30, 40 minute call with a potential client who maybe you haven't ever spoken to before. And it's almost like an instant icebreaker to, you know, and it's different. It sets you apart. I really like that. Great.
Yeah. It's not, here we are again. We're going to be here for 55 minutes. You know, don't start with that, guys, ever. I never start anything with, hi, my name is Sandra, whatever. I don't think I did that today either, actually.
Sandra, are you seeing that a lot? So in terms of kind of the humdrum approaches, so is that what's kind of bringing this to the top of mind?
Yes.
Where here's a real opportunity to stand apart?
Yes. Yes, I do. I see that a lot. I'm sure you guys do too. Oh, hi, I'm in my living room. Nobody cares, people. Nobody cares. What they care, how about wearing a red? Oh my God, wait a minute. I want to read that. Somebody said something really cool. Hold on. So listening is key. Who was it that said that? Jesse, absolutely. Okay. That's the listening to understand. So when they start talking, be quiet. Don't interrupt. Don't interject with your own story. Just listen to them. It's very rare, right, that someone on a full screen is looking right at you while you're speaking. So they love it. When you do that well, they love it. How about wearing a red nose? I showed up to a meeting in the old days. Love it. I love that. I do a class that is on presentation training. And some people, when they're presenting something, you know, they don't know, right? Because we're not trained to do so. And so we're so happy with the sales figures, you know, and I'm like, are you really happy? Because we're not getting that, right? So I had in my pocket a red nose and I'd put it on when they were, and I'm in the back of the room and I'd put it on and then they'd be smiling. So but that's a really cool idea. I love it. Thank you. Who was that? Rebecca. Thanks.
I just think we should start playing the Price is Right song.
Music is great. I love it. I love that, Denise.
Well, there you go. So that goes in, we'll come back to 10, but if somebody shows up to my next meeting with a red nose, I'm definitely staying engaged because I want to see what happens next.
Yeah, I do. I love it. So these are really good ideas, you guys. Write them down, okay? Have a visual, have a GIF, have a quick video clip, have an athlete or somebody famous and say, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Or what's a quality you want to adapt? Or what quality could that person have to build your business? You can relate it to whatever industry. A DJ, wow, Tanya, wow, a DJ would be so much fun. Love that idea. Rose Law Group has a DJ on their calls. Oh my gosh, I love that. So these are really, really good ideas. Okay. I've also done, when we did a motivation module, I actually did screenshots of some of their Facebook posts with their children. Like they, you know how people post, this is me with, you know, Tommy and we're at whatever, South Mountain, we did a hike or whatever. And so I would show these and show what is the motivation behind that and how are you going to use that motivation to build your business, for example. So you can connect anything. You can connect anything. Just be creative and make it fun. Sue is a unicorn. Yes, she is. Somebody wrote. Yeah. Hopefully people are getting good ideas, which is the point, right?
No, that's great. So at the end of that, so at the end of the meeting, usually, you know, you shake hands and see you again sometime or whatever. And in a virtual, it's just kind of like, okay, well, that's our 40 minutes. Thanks.
Yeah, I never do that. I mean, hopefully you guys don't either. Please don't do that. Have a quote, have them say, one of my little tricks is, okay, one word for your experience today. One word, quick, 24 people, and they'll say, inspiring, fun, new, whatever, right? And you can start it yourself. You can start it. For example, for me, it was a trigger. Like today has been a trigger to remind me of a lot of things. What would your word be, Denise? What would your word be, Joe? Like that. Actually, we should do that if we have time.
That would be fun.
Yeah. Yeah. Just one word for your experience today. Be flexible. Yeah, that's what we were doing all since yesterday or Sunday, or when was it, Joe? If nothing else, this whole year, right? This last year has taught us to be flexible. And if you think about very successful people in the world in any industry, it's those people that can adapt. The ones that can adapt will stay in they have a much smaller circle, right? Their comfort zone is smaller. The more you adapt, the bigger your comfort zone is. So, you know, once you lived in Budapest, don't speak the language, wear a green hat, comfort zone is pretty big, right? Yeah. So get out of your comfort zone, be flexible, and that is what winners do. 10, flawless follow-up. Oh my God, that's one of the modules I designed for the Leadership Academy, because most people are not fabulous at follow-up. I don't know why, but what does it communicate when somebody does not follow up, especially if they're in business development? What are all the things it can communicate? Let's see what people say. What are all the things it can communicate? They don't care. Thank you. They're not genuine. Thank you.
So outside of a phone
They're not
call
interested.
or an email, what would you suggest would be other good ways to follow up with that first-time client interaction over the Zoom call?
Oh, I've sent people, they're not committed. It wasn't important. All great answers. That's what it communicates. That is what it communicates. I mean, maybe you went on a trip and you forgot, whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what your reason is for not following up. What matters is it communicates something. I won't remember if I don't follow up with someone. That's another thing, Laura. That's right. Yeah. So I've even done stuff, and you can do this with any, I don't have an iPhone. I just have a Samsung phone, right? I'll send them a quick video. Hi, it was so great to meet you. I'm getting on a plane. See you Tuesday. I just send it. Doesn't matter. It's like 15 seconds. And they just see that there's a link. So they click on it. Don't make it long. Please don't make it long. because don't you hate that when you get a video from somebody and it's like 30 minutes? You're like, really? Like, do I have time? No, make it really short.
So I posed that to everybody sitting in. That's a great idea, the cute little video. Anybody do anything interesting like that? And JC's noted here she likes to mail cards. I do know that's true about JC. Any other?
Yeah, that's great.
Without sharing the secret sauce, I guess. Any other neat things you've done?
Oh yeah, share the secret sauce, people. That's what it's all about. That's what this class is about. I'm sharing all my secret sauce. Whatever you guys want to know, email me anytime and I'll give you ideas. Because really, you have no competition. You have no competition because there isn't another Denise. There isn't another Joe, just like Joe. There isn't another Sue. There isn't another Rebecca. Right? There isn't another one. So you have no competition. So, and that's the one on number 12. So be yourself, because that is when you are the most powerful, you know. When I used to do, and that's how I got clients in Europe. I'm just a girl from Texas, right? I'm from Texas, living in Tennessee, doing business development for an environmental consulting firm. I'm not a technical person at all, right? My background is in communication. However, because my background's in communication, they joked and said, oh, well, knowing Sandra, she'll probably talk to somebody. She's already got us work in Colorado and in California. So I chose places that I liked. Why not? And we got projects there and they loved it because it made us money, right? He said, she'll probably get something, God knows where, in Mexico or outside of the US. And I thought, great idea. Great idea. And so that's what I did. I went and got us some work in Budapest, Hungary at that time. So just be yourself, because when you're yourself, you really have no competition. Not at all.
Joe,
And
how are we doing on time?
We're doing okay on time. We have about 5 more minutes.
I love it.
Go ahead. Go. JC has a comment. Go ahead.
Let me see. Somebody just shared a secret sauce. Okay, my secret sauce is I take photos of clients at events and then put the pic in a small 2x3 photo frame and the date. Oh my gosh, easy breezy and cheap. Have done so on Zoom calls. Perfect. You do a screenshot when you're on Zoom, right? And send it to them. I do that often. And I send it to everybody saying, you know, cohort 1 on the Leadership Academy, you know, Tyson won the award this month or whatever. And they like that. I take photos and blackmail Sue. But I mean, it's again, right? To our point, it shows you're paying attention. It shows you care about them. It shows you're developing the relationship with them and you're developing their business.
You know, Sandra, we're also with the BD outward facing work. But also the internal teams, right? BD and the internal teams.
Yes.
Would you say that this and the 1 through 12 and what we've been talking about is very consistent for the internal client? When I say internal client, the operational team, or are there important distinctions?
Let me see. That's a great question. It's because I do it with the, I'm trying to move the slides like I can.
Oh, I can go up. Do you want me to go up?
Yes. It's consistent to everybody. See, be discerning, don't over communicate, focus on their needs. Yeah, that's a good point, Joe. It's with your colleagues as well. Don't bore them to death about everything. Listen to them, don't listen to respond, right? Be unique. When you're unique and you have variety, they have no idea what I'm gonna do next, right? And they say that. They'll message me, I have no idea what you're gonna do in March. Right? I always have like a quiz at the end of the hour training. It's an hour. Can you imagine keeping their attention for an hour? Not easy. Not easy at all. I'm like dancing. I'm doing all kinds of stuff, right? So what I started to do, you guys, this is another tip, is I always have like a quiz thing at the end, you know. So of the, you know, emotional intelligence, which is whatever, A, B, or C. Now I do it throughout. I don't wait till the end.
Right.
So I have 2 slides and then say, oh, and so by the way, what was this and this? And so now they're all like really paying attention. But it's more engaging and actually it helps you too. It helps you too, because then you know what they know and what they don't know. So what you communicate says a lot, but guess what? What you don't communicate also says a lot.
Yeah.
Both do.
Well, if I could get on my high horse a little bit about the subject of secret sauce.
Yes.
Because we've had a few conversations since we've started this BD Guild about, well, I don't want to give away my secret sauce.
Yes.
And I'm just giving away, I'm getting on my high horse, everybody. I just think that is really, I think to build on what you said earlier, is really overblown, right?
The secret
because
sauce?
in the
Yeah.
in the secret sauce, because it is about just, okay, you give away some tips. Well, that means people are going to have to like adopt it for themselves and implement it and take it back to their team. I just think, you know what? I just think that's just a little bit, I just don't buy into it as much as some.
You don't buy into
The secret sauce, I mean, I think there's the tips, that there's great tips and such, but
yeah.
an overall secret sauce, I don't know. I just think
You
that's
make
a
it
little
your
bit,
own secret sauce.
That's
guys.
right.
Yeah.
That's
the,
right.
The world,
good point, Joe, because it just makes us all better at what we do and respects the profession more.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because maybe Andrew's cool with doing a video after meeting, and maybe that's not my speed and it wouldn't come off as genuine and authentic if I tried to. So
that's it. You have to really own it. And that's when it becomes your sauce, but maybe it's not a secret sauce. It's just your special sauce.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm never afraid to share stuff ever.
I think that's important for the BD profession to kind of have that have that distinction or nuance or whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
Yes. If you guys ever need any idea, right, for a talk you're doing or for a meeting you're having and you want an idea, message me anytime. I'm not ever afraid to share any information, because the world is unlimited, right? And I'm a very abundant thinker. So once you absorb an idea, you're gonna tweak it, make it your own, right? Your own little sauciness. And that's when it's powerful. That's why number 12 is there, right? Maybe Denise doesn't want to wear a green cowboy hat because she's not from Texas, but for me, that works. She might want to do something completely different for St. Patrick's Day, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, if you know me, I want to go to happy hour. So
there we go.
I have one last question for me. If anybody else has any questions, we have just a couple more minutes. And that is building on what we chatted about in the previous session. And that is when things get quote unquote back to normal or a hybrid, or when it's not purely as much virtual as it is now. So would you say these are the same fundamentals for that?
Yes. They're just exaggerated now.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So haven't you noticed everything's exaggerated now. So like if you had a client who was super conservative and cautious, during this whole COVID pandemic, they're even more conservative and cautious. If you had a client who's big risk taker, they're even more of a risk taker. If you have a friend who's a nervous Nilly and a worrywart, they're even more of a worrywart now. If you have a friend who's like totally joyful all the time, they're even more now. So everything's exaggerated, and so are these. So are these principles when we're only virtual.
Well, I love it. That was great. I know I'm walking away with some good new stuff.
Good.
Sandra, thank you for.
Thank you. Great. Thank you so much, Joe. See, your
Sandra,
intuition is so good.
Well, no, thank you. And Denise, thank you as well for stepping in from your vacation in Hawaii. So all that. And remember, like Sandra mentioned, if there's any information, we can send information your way in terms of Sandra's contact information or what have you. So please feel free to reach out.
Do they have my email address and stuff, or do I?
You know what? Do you want to put it in chat? Do you want to put it in chat right now?
I can.
And we can.
Oh, so nice comments. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Wish I could save these. I don't know how to do that. Okay. I'm putting my email address. And I'm on Facebook every day, putting positive stuff. And there's my email address.
And we can send out, we'll send out your contact too with our link of the video and the survey, there are a couple of folks that have offered that. So we'll include that as well.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
If that's okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Okay.
Great.
All right.
All right, everybody. With that, thanks again. With that, we're back on time and we're a little bit of ahead schedule, so that's great. So we are going to take a little bit of a break, our last one, before we go into the Southern California session. And that is going to start, it's scheduled to start at 3:30. If our panel is ready, we might start a little bit early. So maybe everybody come back in about 10 minutes. And then we can chat and see if we're ready to go. Sound good?
Sounds great.
All right. All right, everybody. Well, we'll see everybody real soon.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks.
All right. Continue the conversation, Denise. You did such a good job. I mean, hey.
That was perfect.
That was fun. Seriously,
Anytime you need a partner, Denise, let me know.
I do. No, I'm gonna definitely email you and.
Yeah, anytime you want.
You know, there's so many, whether you're a contractor, an architect, an engineer, whatever. It's not like you're the only firm in town. There's a lot of great firms with a lot of great people, and to differentiate yourself and to be memorable. And so
you really got it
without being obnoxious.
Exactly. Exactly. You really have to be creative and think ahead. You do. That's why I'm not kidding when I say, yeah, it's harder now.
Yeah. So what's your third language? I'm assuming Spanish, English, and
Hungarian, because I lived in Budapest for about 8 years.
Wow. I lived in Guam for 2.
Nice. Yeah, I lived in Europe for 20 years and I loved it. And that's where I made a lot of connections, right?
Jealous.
And that's what helped. It helped fine tune my craft, because most people I was with, their English was not their first language. It was their second or third.
So culturally, did you find you could do a presentation in Budapest and in France and US and have it be the same presentation?
No.
Mm-mm.
I always had to tweak it. I would use different examples, different visuals sometimes. Yeah. But the content could be the same, the meat of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it's on delegation or whatever, accountability, it's the same. But I had to tweak it to it's always about developing their business.
That's awesome. Well, cool. You're in town, right? You're in Phoenix?
Yeah, I'm in Scottsdale.
We'll grab a lunch, coffee, whatever.
Okay.
All
nice
right.
to see you again, Denise.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
What's up, peoples?
How goes it?
Good. Kwame, how are you?
Doing well, Joe. How about yourself?
Hey, awesome. Thanks for coming on. Scott, nice to meet you. And Kwame, nice to meet you as well.
Good to see you. Absolutely.
Hey, Kwame.
Hey, Scott. Hey, Bobby.
Yes.
Hey, Katie.
Bobby.
And Katie, how are you?
Good. How are you?
And help me with the last name. Backhofer?
Oh, sorry, me. Bachhofer, yes.
Backhofer. Okay. I got it almost right. Yeah. We are almost there. We are almost here. Bobby, also, thank you. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks so much for everybody coming on here. We're very honored and thrilled that everybody could do it. And I think Darcy Stewart was also going to be able to attend. Another one of those adjustments of schedules coming back on. I don't know if she's on yet, but we'll wait here for a few more minutes. And is JD on yet at all?
He said he would be on at 20 after, but I haven't seen him yet.
Got it. Sounds good. Yeah, how often are conferences ahead of the game, right? Maybe it's a virtual thing, right? I don't think we've ever had anything that have actually kind of been on time. But we look forward to this. We look forward to this topic. And you know what? I know, Kwame, that Kari was going to try to at least maybe dial in, and hopefully he can, but I know he's traveling, so.
That's right. Well, I'll try to fill in for him. I'll try to do him justice.
Yeah, no, he told us all about you already, so.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So this is, we can talk a little bit about this when we get started. Hey, JD.
So I'm doing a little light adjustment here.
All right, how you doing?
I'm good. How are y'all?
Hey, awesome.
Good. Kari, how are you?
And JD, you mentioned Darcy was going to be able to possibly come on?
Joining, yes.
Awesome.
I'm doing my last minute light adjustments here.
That was a nice surprise. It kind of goes to the theme of we're all pivoting real time, right? Darcy had a conflict, and then at the last second, an unconflict, so she's able to join, which is fabulous.
I gotta tell you, this is easier than 8U softball with my daughter, so I just want to point that out. Well, it's good to see your face in person here. This is amazing. I like this.
Yeah, this is so far so good, I tell you.
The airbrush has done wonders. I'm very impressed. Just kidding. So a quick question: is that so the background, is that a picture of a vacation place or just a random picture?
Are you talking about me here?
Yeah.
You know what? I hope it's going to be a future vacation place. It just happens to be the artwork and back. But
that's a cool picture.
You know what? I didn't really intend it this way, but I kind of like it. I think this is going to be kind of my new. That's going to be my new backdrop.
I'm a big water guy, so I like it.
Oh, yeah.
Scott, how are you, man?
Doing great. How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Joe, your background said, my sister used to say, that looks like you came here to play, not to work.
Welcome to the Business Development Guild. You know,
Right.
we're about education, but like to build on what Sandra said last time, it's about joy and fun, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I don't know if you guys are our keynote, have a blast, right? Have a blast at the same time. Darcy, I'm so glad you were able to, your schedule allowed you to come on. So great news.
Oh, you're on mute, Darcy.
1 minute. Okay.
I do have this question to ask. Has anybody ever been on a Zoom call where someone hasn't said you're on mute or I'm on mute? Has it ever happened?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure it's never happened before.
Every time.
Well, my apologies. I actually had some computer switcheroo things. And as a business developer, a keynote with a business developer, you're not supposed to be good at technology. So I think I've accomplished that.
Darcy?
Don't worry, I blew a webinar yesterday completely. It's fine. It's all
Can
good.
I thank you for saying that, Darcy? Anyone who has seen me attempt to run meetings with technology has seen my my learning curve. Let me put it that
Joe,
way.
you're doing a great job. Stop.
Oh, there's Bobby. Hey, Bobby. So what you guys haven't figured out is we have prepped so well that if one of us is on mute, the other one's going to add the audio. So if you're just going, Kwame is ready to go. It's totally fine.
Well, I tell you what, do you mind if we get, a little bit of heads up? Why don't we kind of get started if we can? Because I know, Katie, we have a session sponsor that we'd like to highlight, and then we can get right to it. Does that sound good?
Well, are we, so I guess the question is, are we on time for the people that are going to hop on, or as long as you're cool with starting, we're good to go.
Yeah, let's see. How many people do we have?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that you feel like you've got who you need here and everyone's.
It's a good check, JD. I appreciate that. I seem to kind of like rush along sometimes.
Okay, we're still 8 minutes in advance of the actual starting session, so I'm assuming people are going to still jump on.
That is true. Okay, I just got a note from the brains of the operation of just maybe hang on a little bit. We've actually had really good, consistent people, attendees stay on for the first two, so it's great. We're doing really well.
JD, what do you think?
With that, it is kind of.
What, Kwame?
Background here, I'm the only one with a virtual background. Should I take that off?
No, I think it looks good. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
You guys who are experts, actually, you guys are experts on the short list and stuff. This presentation, which I think is a great way to kind of wrap up some of the things that we've been talking about today. We were toying with having all panelists have the same background and kind of give them the artwork and give them that and all that. And we kind of thought to myself, you know what, with so many moving parts, it might sound much better in practice than actually, or just in planning versus in practice.
I think everybody needs their own character.
Yeah, I think variety of life.
No, that's good. That's good.
Oh, good, Denise. I like your comment.
But now we're all curious. We want to know what that fail is.
I know.
Yeah.
What was that?
Well, I bet everyone's had this major fail. Denise, what was your major fail?
So I had a call with a principal of an architect firm, and luckily I've talked to him before, but I went to click on my Zoom link at home and something was wrong with my computer and it wouldn't let me open up the meeting. So of course it's 3 minutes before we're supposed to talk. So I'm frantically texting my people at my office. And of course I don't have his cell phone number. And I was just like, are you serious? Trying to get on through my phone. And so.
I've actually had that. I had that happen in an interview. And it was, I think there were probably 40 people on the interview, literally, because I think we had 16 on our team and we had maybe 20 on the client side. And it was, I can't remember if it was Teams or Zoom, but it was a public client. So I'm like, oh gosh, let's get on early. Let's figure out what's going on. And we all were in our offices individually, and our project executive is a design build, and we had all these people on the call, and our project executive literally was like getting ready to say the good old, thank you for having us here. We're thrilled. And literally it just went, and it froze. And I am watching this whole thing happen as a business developer. And I'm just like, and I ran to go get our IT guy. I'm running all over the building. And his backup was literally getting on his phone and doing the rest of the interview from his phone.
Yeah.
So, these meetings aren't easy to get.
No.
And
Exactly.
So anyway.
And how did it turn out?
Oh, it was fine. Grain of salt. I can laugh at myself. You know that.
Yeah, we have to do that.
I'll just be honest. Everyone cried inside.
Darcy, how about your guys' interview? How did that turn out?
We got a second date out of it, going back to the singlehood. So.
All right. So by the way, so just so you know, so Scott Cutler, Scott, say hi to everybody because I just called your name out. I know we're not officially starting, but
I'm Scott Cutler.
So that is awesome because now I've got two quotes to use. So Yours, Denise, was we got a second date out of it. The other one was Scott. When we were prepping for this, Scott said, I've got lots of scar tissue from these meetings.
That was mine. Yes, thank you. That was me.
The thing about the tech too, every minute or every 30 seconds seems like an hour, right? I mean, because you're just there for everyone that people are staring at you to kind of figure it out. But
it's so awkward. I mean, I don't
Darcy,
know.
how would that interview turn out? Did it go okay?
We ended up winning the project, which was
fantastic. There you go.
So, phew, nothing like a heart attack in the middle of the day. It just you're in the first thing in the morning to get you going.
So Joe, I'm going to ask a quick question because we have people on just to get things started, not to kick it off officially, but
yeah.
First and foremost, get on camera.
I like it.
Get on camera,
and that's to everybody who's not on camera.
Okay. Get on camera. We all know that it's business on the top, party on the bottom. We totally understand. You're probably wearing like some like nice blazer and yoga pants on the bottom. The guys are wearing shorts and a fake button up. I'm pretty sure that the guys are wearing Dickies. They don't even come all the way down. Okay. It's all good, but get on camera. Look, if you're going to be on a call at 3:30, 4:30, or 5:30, or 2:30, I should say, in Eastern time, let's look at some fun faces here. It's way more fun to be on camera and see some people, see some friendly faces. Number two, unmute yourself, okay? We all know that kids bark all the time, okay? We can't stop the kids from barking. They're annoying. And then the dog cries. We all get it. It's the world we live in. Let it roll. But we've got a lot of people on, so I'm going to start calling people out if you don't get on camera. But I do have a question. I either want you to jump in, and Joe, this is the unofficial start, but I want to get the kind of conversation going here, is that I want you to jump in and ask the following question. What are some, and you can put it in the chat box as well, what are some of the challenges of differentiating yourself from the competition? And then also put in the chat box, but actually this question should go in the chat box because I'll be monitoring this actively, is that what are some questions that you have for the panel? I have questions I'm going to ask, but we want to make sure as this night goes along or the day goes along, depending on where you are, that you get your concerns addressed and you feel like you can dive in. So we want you to do that. So please answer the following question. What are some of the challenges differentiate yourself from competition? And then in the chat, what are some of the questions that you would like to ask the panel? So go ahead and just throw them in there or unmute yourself and just ask the question or tell us what you think about the first question. And by the way, this is a participatory webinar, so I will probably call on you at some point.
JD, I always say, I'm going to call on people in a passive aggressive way. So, you know, it's.
Yeah, I'm going to call on people.
I don't think that'll be you.
See, look, Jeff Baumgartner, by the way, amazing last name, is unmuted, okay?
I did unmute. And
Amanda S. Amanda is still in the witness protection program, so you cannot know her last name. Amanda, now you're on my radar. What are some of the challenges of differentiating yourself in a shortlist presentation?
I think if you have a fear of speaking in front of people, it can be a challenge to get your thoughts coming across in a productive way.
Okay, so by a show of hands or one in the chat box, how many people have that same kind of thing where you maybe get a little bit nervous or you're like, am I articulating myself the right way? Very common. Thank you very much, Amanda. Rebecca,
could I build on that? What Amanda said?
Yeah, absolutely, Joe.
How about either fear or awkwardness of speaking into a computer?
Oh, how many has that one?
I mean, it's yes, there's pictures. So I love the fact that get on screen. Just this alone makes it a little bit more comfortable, but I find it extremely awkward just speaking into a computer. I mean,
it's very weird. Oh, I got to show a hand. Jesse.
Yeah, JD, I think the main thing for me, it's not necessarily a Zoom thing, but avoiding the same buzzwords that the clients always hear in every interview, you know?
Okay, so give me a buzzword. What's something you hear?
Sustainability. Yay.
Okay, sustainability. Yep, that's a big one. My other one, I'm going to pick on all the architecture firms here.
I'm an engineer.
My biggest one is, biophilia. Who's heard that one? I mean, I'm like, seriously? I had to Google it during a presentation.
Is that an East Coast? Is that an East Coast thing?
Incorporating the natural surroundings, like, well, could you speak something other than Latin? Okay. Yeah. So that type of stuff. Yeah. What? Let's see here.
Go Pound Sand is one that is around our office quite a bit.
What is it?
I love that.
We're engineers.
I love
What did you say?
What was
Go
it again?
Pound?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go Pound Sand. We're engineers.
Yeah, I'm a recovering thermomechanical engineer, so I totally get it.
That's awesome.
Totally
All right, let's get this.
Yeah, let's go.
Happy Engineers Week. It's Engineers Week.
Yes, it is, and we're celebrating.
All right, Joe, let's get us going.
JD, great way to kickstart and get the juices flowing. So thank you. Okay, that was.
You really listened to the last panel.
I know. Hey, here's our break. Okay. All right. We are to the third and the last, but not least. This is kind of fun because I think, okay, what we started off with the first one was a little bit of strategic pivoting, right? Strategic, had a little bit on the ground, everyday communication tips and strategies. And now we're talking about, okay, rubber's meeting the road, job is on the line. So that's how we're kind of evolving to this point, which I think is a great point. It's a great topic and obviously a great panel. Before I turn it over to Katie, this is a Southern California hosted session, but as you'll see, it's probably the most national group that we have. I think it's probably from the Midwest all the way east from Atlanta, North Carolina, Washington, DC, Kansas City. So that's kind of fun, kind of goes to a whole virtual world that we're in. So, but we do have a very important and appreciative thank you, and that is to our session sponsor, and that is Kumar and Associates. They are out of Denver. And Katie Backover, can you get on and kind of share a little bit about your company?
Yes, I do have a slide. There it is. So I'm Katie Backover with Kumar and Associates. Kumar and Associates is a Colorado-based, employee-owned, 140 team member consulting engineering firm. The services we provide include geotechnical engineering, engineering geology, environmental, construction materials testing, and third-party inspections. We have 6 offices across Colorado. Denver is our headquarters. Denver and Parker cover the metro area. Colorado Springs covers southern portion of the state. Fort Collins covers the northern portion of the state. Glenwood Springs and Silverthorne cover the mountain region. Our markets and project sizes are wide-ranging and diverse. We work in the areas of land development, buildings, transportation, water resources, and everything that falls under each of these categories. The sizes of projects range anywhere from a small tennis court addition to a 1 million square foot industrial building. Typical clients we serve are owners, developers, architects, engineers, and general contractors. We are grateful for the opportunity to sponsor this event. And just to go back to what I meant to say earlier when I was talking about our services, basically we are in the business of dirt. So not everybody really understands what we do. So if anybody has any questions, feel free to reach out to me. And to all the engineers on the line, happy Engineers Week, as was mentioned just previously. Thank you very much.
Hi, Katie, thank you so much. And thanks for just jumping into the Business Development Guild and being a participant and being an active part of the Denver chapter. So we really appreciate this and the way you just kind of stepped up and to be a sponsor today. So we really appreciate it.
Thank you.
I come from the environmental engineering side. So I worked with engineers my entire life. So if I could tease them just a little bit, I could say to them,
what you say, Joe.
Every week is Engineers Week, but anyway, that's just me. But anyway, no, thank you, Katie, and we will get right to. Here we go, and I know the way JD operates, and I'll put this slide up for everyone to kind of like set the stage. But with that, I think you want everybody's screen. Is that right? That's a wild guess on my part.
Yeah, let's keep that PowerPoint picture up for a second, so everybody, because sometimes when we're on these gallery views, it's hard to find people.
Yep.
Once you're done with that, we can take it away. And I want you to see some faces. So we have a really amazing panel today. And my company SpeechWorks, we do a lot of pursuit coaching in the AEC world. We work with teams. We obviously as a company ourselves, we have to do our own shortlist presentations, a little different from the AEC world, but so we do a lot of pursuit coaching. I am so excited to have this team that I have tonight on the panelists. We have really quite honestly assembled an awesome group of people. So as I say your name, please raise your hand and just say hi for a second, because I want to give each of them about what I call the Reader's Digest version of their introduction. And if you're over 35, you probably know what that is. If you're not, just chat me and ask me, because God bless you. If you don't know what that is, you're too young. Okay. So I want to introduce my team. First of all, we got Scott Cutler. Scott, say hi.
Hello.
Scott is from Brassville and Gorey. He actually works with the guy that I went to school with. Scott's an awesome guy. He's the one that has like war wounds and Purple Hearts and scars from his years in the business. Scott has a great personality, lots of years in the business doing these presentations. You're going to learn a ton from Scott. Also, we've got Kwame Bailey. Kwame, say hi.
Hello, everyone.
So Kwame's with DLR Group. They're actually a client of ours. Actually, I guess everybody here is a client of ours that I'm introducing, but Kwame and I have got to know each other really well. We've seen each other in person a lot. Kwame, by the way, interesting fact, he's the only guy whose glamour shot on Zoom or LinkedIn. He's the only person who actually looks as good as the picture that he posted. Okay, that's a big deal. Okay, he is, quite honestly, he's a truly amazing guy, and I consider him an awesome friend. He is amazing to work with. Then we got Darcy Stewart from a company called J.E. Dunn. Darcy, say hi. No, Darcy, say hi.
Hello.
Darcy was all open in the beginning. And she's like, hi. So Darcy's got it. Darcy Stewart is here. She's actually works with McKinsey, who's a client of ours at J.E. Dunn. We do a lot of work at J.E. Dunn. She's a BD person. She's going to have an awesome perspective on what we're doing. And last but not least, Bobby, where are you on my screen? Bobby Campbell.
Hello.
Bobby, say hi. Bobby is with McCarthy. Bobby's an awesome guy. I've just gotten to know him recently. Obviously, he is an Auburn fan. If you can see the Bo Jackson thing in the background, I'm not going to hold it against him because Georgia Tech, where I went, doesn't have a football team. So it doesn't really matter. But he's going to provide some really, really great insight to what's going on. So just really briefly, I'm going to turn it over to these guys as we go through. I want you guys to ask questions. Unmute yourself, interrupt us, put it in the chat box. Do not be shy. This is a participatory webinar. If you walk out of here and you're scared to ask a question, don't do that. Ask a question. We want you to get the most out of this. Now, I'm not going to have everybody answer every question because that gets a little redundant. So I might just pass it to one person, pass it to another. So that's how we're going to work this session. So don't expect everybody to answer it because then you can't answer a lot of questions. But very briefly, kind of the approach that SpeechWorks takes to it, and all these people here are clients in some form or fashion, and we might all have a little bit of different takes. So if you hear something contradictory, it's not that it's like it's bad or wrong or different. It's just sometimes we learn from our experiences, but just fundamentally the way SpeechWorks approaches this is that we really think that if you're on a shortlist presentation, okay, if you're on a shortlist presentation, you are all qualified. How many people, by a show of hands, have sat there and tried to out-credential people in the introductions or seen somebody do it, where you just list all your credentials and like, oh, I've got all these cool initials. Fundamentally, no one cares. If you're on the shortlist presentation, they can pick your name out of a hat and they can know the job's going to get done, period. You've got to really embrace that concept. I mean, think about this. It's not about, you're not hiring an architecture firm. You're not hiring an engineering firm. You're not hiring a construction firm. You are hiring a spouse, plain and simple. So let me ask you this. Rosemary, you look like you're feeling pretty spicy tonight. Rosemary Bright, what's the longest time you've ever had to deal with somebody on a project?
Oh, probably 2.5 years.
2.5 years. Okay, if anybody here is married, okay, and you met your wife, husband, whatever, significant other, you don't just go, oh, God, I don't know if I can deal with this person for 2.5 years. Oh, what the heck? I think why not? Let's try it out. You don't do that. You're hiring a spouse. So they need to fundamentally like you and your team. Okay, that's it. you have to connect with the group that you're presenting to, not only as an individual or as a team. So that's the way we look at this. And I'm pretty sure the panel thinks of it that way too. Now we might get there in a different way. So I want you to I'm going to go around just briefly. So Scott, if you don't mind, kind of give me your 1 minute and then let's keep it short so we can ask questions. So let me go just to tee it up. Scott, Kwame, Bobby, and Darcy. Okay. So if you don't mind going in that order, just give us a quick rundown of your company, kind of your background, and let's get started.
Okay. You want to talk about that last thing too? About
No, we're going to get to that.
All right, good. Let's get to that. All right. I'm Scott Cutler. I'm Regional Vice President of Business Development for Brassfield and Gorey. We are, for those of you on the West Coast, the largest general contractor in the Southeast year after year. Proud of that fact. We compete with some of the people on the screen, including Darcy's firm. I have been in the construction business. I'm in my 36th year. So that scar tissue that JD referred to, I have some of that from wins, losses, experience, running projects, crisis management, all the kinds of things that go along with our business every single day. I am a native Californian. I grew up in Ann Arbor, Michigan. I went to Wake Forest University and I lived in the Southeast most of the rest of my life, except when I was an Army officer. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Scott. Kwame.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kwame Bailey. Officially, I am the Northeast K through 12 Business Development Leader for DLR Group. DLR Group's an integrated architectural and engineering firm. I sit in the Washington, D.C. office. We currently have 30 offices, 27 in the States. We have an office in Nairobi, Shanghai, and Dubai as well. Again, I oversee the K through 12 practice, but that also filters into higher education. I'll repeat a proud fact as well, as Scott did. We are ranked the number one designer for K through 12 education in the world. And so we spend a lot of time doing a lot of innovative projects around the country. I'll give you a fun fact about myself. I've spent my last 20 years in the AEC industry. But prior to that, for 5 years, I worked for Warner Brothers Records in their A&R department. So I met my wife in New York working at Warner Brothers Records and had a good time in my 20s up there in New York. So,
awesome. Bobby Campbell.
Yeah, well, first of all, really excited to be part of the panel and excited about the discussion. So I'm work for McCarthy Building Companies, and McCarthy is a general contractor, builder. We sort of lean west, have a big presence in California, the Midwest, the West, and Phoenix area, Southwest, and then in Texas. And then we have a little outpost down here in Atlanta, Georgia, and I run our office here in Atlanta. I've been in the business for right at 25 years now, and went to, I think it was mentioned, I went to Auburn, and I think there was a discussion earlier about the backgrounds, and I debated in my mind whether I should have a more neutral background, but I decided, you guys might as well know, who I am and what I stand for. So
that's right.
Do love Auburn football. And so happily married. My wife and I have been married for about 23 years, got 4 kids, and my oldest daughter is a student at Auburn. So we enjoy going to visit her in the football games, and really spend a lot of my time, I would say, outward facing, client facing, and play a lot of golf here in Atlanta. And so I really enjoy the piece of the business in terms of trying to figure out how we're going to win, how we're going to grow our business, and building relationships with clients. So
awesome. Thank you very much, Bobby. And last but not least, Darcy Stewart.
Thank you, JD. I'm Darcy Stewart. I live here in Kansas City. J. Dunn is the largest general contractor in the Midwest. We have our flagship office here in Kansas City, and we have since grown to 23 different offices in the country. So most of our offices are more East, Midwest. We are in Phoenix, Denver. We do a lot of business actually in California for specific clients, and we are in markets from K through 12. We do local business, we do mission critical healthcare, corrections, and sports. So we cover a lot of different bases, definitely. And I've been blessed to be with this company for 10 years. I actually came from the furniture industry. So I've been in the industry for, I'm going to say 25 years, I believe. And I know I look a lot younger than that, right, JD? If you met me in person, you'd say I look just as good as my picture does as well.
I've been married for 15 years. I can neither confirm nor deny.
Perfect. Good. But I love my job. I love what I do. Business development is just in my DNA. We have access. We have a thing here at JE Dunn, and you guys can take it. But it's called access to superior knowledge, and that's my job. And then I have to permeate that out to my operations partners, and then prepare them to go to that interview. And in fact, I was in an interview prep today, and a lot of what I use is what JD has taught us. And this whole virtual interview is a thing in the future. I don't think it's going to go away at all. And I think there's going to be some great tactics that you can get from this panel. But I'm thrilled to be here. I have 3 sons. I'm married. I have 3 sons. Opposite ends of the spectrum. One is a creative director at an advertising agency, and we have twins that were math majors. All 3 went to Mizzou. I went to K-State, but the twins are in the Navy, so we go all over the place. And thank God we got a raise when all those kids got out of school, so I can now have fun with my career money.
Awesome. Well, so guys, that is your panel. Let's dive in. So please, so if you don't mind, Joe, let's get the PowerPoint slides off completely. Let's just remove that. We don't need that. So listen, if you have a question, feel free to interrupt us. Seriously, take yourself off mute. It doesn't matter. Jump in, interrupt us. But I want to start with a question for the panel. Again, like I said, I want everybody to answer this. So let me just start briefly with, I want to ask this question of, if you don't mind, first of all, I want to go with Bobby and Scott on this one. So first question I have to ask, and then again, feed off of this, everybody, if you're on the panel. What are some of the things you think about when creating the story that you want to tell the potential client? So, Scott, let me refer that to you, and then we'll just jump off with Bobby. So let's make the answers pretty short so we can add in, but give me your fundamental concept here.
Well, I'm gonna make it very short. And the most important thing that I think about and that I want my team to think about is that the story, and it does need to be a story. I mean, I believe that presentations follow a story arc, just like a play or a novel or anything else. And that story needs to be client-centric, and it needs to be about the project. And it is about benefits, solutions that you will offer to the project, but you have to walk people down a path that's a visual path, a roadmap that they're going down in order to be able to tell a story. And just extremely briefly, people in their frontal lobe of their brain, if you tell them, I'm going to tell you 3 things about your project, these are the main challenges, they think about it and they don't remember it. They might remember 2. That's the Joey Asher school. If you tell them 4, they'll remember 3, so tell them 3. But what I want to do is show them of something visual or give them a thought. And so this is my highly sophisticated presentation method. I want you to walk down this path with me because you're going to need someone who can see ahead to tell you what's ahead of you. Okay, now that I can tell a story around that, and that's how I want my team thinking about presentations.
Awesome. So guys, jump in and ask questions of the panel. Bobby.
Yeah, I mean, Scott, I completely agree. I think visuals are important tool to help people remember things, and also it's a great mental tool to connect with whatever story you're trying to tell. I do think interviews are a risky thing, and for me, you think about a client, and it's all, and I guess Darcy was talking about something along the lines of having really vital information, but to me, this is where relationships are so important. I think you want to tell a story that resonates with the listener. It has to be client-centric. It has to be around what their concerns are about their particular project. And I think that our ability to gather the right information with the right relationship is going to be the building blocks to the best story that our clients will be able to resonate with. That's what I would say.
So let me just touch on what you guys were talking about. You both mentioned and in lack of a better term, or maybe we're stating what you said, listener centered. Okay. Like, so that's to me, that's a really big deal. And I want to ask a quick question now, and maybe I want Darcy and Kwame to chime in on this. How many people have sat through a vendor presentation before where an outside vendor presents to you? Raise your hand or put a 1 in the chat box. So in a typical vendor presentation, who are the first 5 to 7 minutes usually about? Usually
about the person presenting.
It is, and so it's a standard format. They all go to the Southern New Hampshire University for this online. So it's like the same crappy presentation school. Darcy, what do they usually talk about?
They talk about how big their company is, where their company's located, how many employees they have, what their revenue stream is.
Okay, and I got a question, Darcy, and what are you normally thinking if they're doing this to you?
What am I normally thinking after they're done?
If they're they're just talking about their company, what are you normally thinking? It's kind of a standard process here.
Whatever.
Yeah, so when do you get to me? So in
yeah.
the context of being listener-centered, so I want to transition to our other panelists here. So how do you guys think about what does listener-centered mean? So then Darcy or Kwame, either one, jump right in. It's fine, totally fine.
Listener-centered?
Yeah, like how do you make sure that the audience knows that this is about them, period?
You
Absolutely.
Literally right out of the gate, you articulate why are you there? We're here because you need engineering services because you are building a new building, or you're here because your building is deteriorating and you have decided, your voters have elected to build a new community center, whatever the answer is. So immediately it's about them, right?
Yeah.
Starts before the presentation. You have to get to know your audience so that you can speak directly to them and their needs, and don't make it all about you. You have to show that you understand what their issues are. And as Darcy said, come right out the gate talking about those.
I guess fundamentally, I think about, and Kwame's already heard this story, but I love it. Has anybody seen the movie Jaws?
Of course.
Does anybody wish they unsaw the movie? Because I love to swim in the ocean, but I always had this fear I'm going to get eaten. So does anybody knows how the movie Jaws started? Like how did it begin?
The swimmer.
The opening scene.
No, a swimmer, but
camper.
The
They were
girl was
camping on
drunk.
their-
The
no,
girl
they
was
were
drunk.
not camping. They had a fire.
Fire, yeah. The guy got drunk.
Fire.
passed
Jesse,
out.
what happened? And I like your background, the Death Star, big Star Wars fan. What happened? So basically, they're having a campfire. Girl and boy run off. Girl gets naked. Boy can't get his pants off because he's drunk. She goes out to the buoy swimming. Cue the music.
Dun, dun, dun.
Vessa, cue the music. I know you know this, Vessa. And then what happens?
She goes down.
She gets
Gets her, drags her into the
by
water.
the shark. What's the rest of the movie about?
Killing the
Killing the
Don't go in the
shark.
water.
Killing him, yeah.
So this goes back to what Bobby and all these, Scott and Kwame and Darcy were talking about. You need to clearly identify the shark right at the beginning and just say, we're going to spend the rest of the time killing the shark.
Well,
Too often the time you're talking about random stuff, okay? This is classic Hollywood storytelling technique. If you're my age, which not judging anybody, it looks like you are. E.T. started the same way. They left the dude on Earth, okay? They left the dude there. The rest of the movie is about getting him home. But you got to think about that. I use that analogy because it's kind of funny, but think about it. Spend time, like, what's the shark? And then kill their shark. No one cares about your background, okay? It might matter, but you already put that in your response. Ignore it. If you notice, Jaws does not start off with an org chart. It's not interesting, okay? So let's get to a very, like as the panel said, a listener-centered message, okay? Listener-centered message. So, and then yes, you need yes, obviously, thank you, Rebecca. They did need a bigger boat. That was kind of the big part of the movie here. Okay, so I want to move on to another question here. is, and I'm reading because I got a bunch of them kind of listed here, I'm thinking what's best here, is so how do you actually, and I want to give I want you guys to be prepared for a good story for this, to really illustrate a negative example and a positive example, okay? Because I know we've all got goods and we've all got bads in our companies. How have you best prepared the team for an actual presentation? And so Kwame, I want you and Darcy to be the initial answers of this question. What has gone really well in preparing for the team presentation? And what's not gone so well? And you don't have to give names, by the way. No names, just Kwame, go ahead.
I'm going to tell you right off the break what has not gone well at all. My team enjoys loading up the presentation with thousands of slides. Those slides then need to be edited up until sometimes the hour before the presentation. And thus we haven't had time to rehearse. And, you know, if one little thing goes off the hinges, then the presentation just falls apart. So when the times that we've done really well in presentations are when we've taken the time, gotten to know the client way in advance, figured out what their shark was, worked on a presentation, got our slide number way down, and had plenty of time to rehearse. When we've done that, if we've had technology challenges, which we've had the PowerPoint completely go out and we'd have to go off the top of our heads for an entire presentation. We've had, you know, videos cut out. We've had to switch computers in midstream, but if we've had enough rehearsal time, we've been able to get through it. And as I think it was Darcy said, had a troubling presentation and won it, and have actually won several projects when things went wrong from a technology standpoint because of our preparation.
Awesome. Darcy?
So preparing the team, and I like to look at my role as team mom, right? I mean, everybody practices. Everybody should practice. Nobody likes to practice though, but I always equate this to my team, and most people play sports, have been in a play, have sung in a choir, anything like that. And the key to it is absolutely 100% practice, practice, practice. They don't like to, they don't want to take the time to do it. They don't want to practice together. But at the end of the day, I've been in presentations where practice doesn't happen. And it turns out to be like one person is running the entire interview when they want to talk to everybody, or it doesn't happen and everybody's talking over each other and there's no rhyme or reason to the presentation. So I think that's the one thing. And then the other thing is what's the number one fear that people have? Public speaking. So then they get really nervous and then they can't remember what they do. So the other thing that we do is we do a mock interview. And so I'll go around the building and get people to come in, including our CEO, and have them sit in there, because it's a heck of a lot better to get their jitters out in front of the CEO than in front of the client. So it's that preparation of doing it live in front of other people, so you get your groove going with the team itself.
So good points. Let me ask, by a show of ones in the chat box, how many people have done a rehearsal presentation where not everybody is in the room together, or they're rehearsing together, where some people are just doing their own thing and they're coming back? Just by show of ones in the chat box.
Oh, try not to, but done it before.
It happens.
It's happened. All right, so let me ask, so I'm kind of transition for a second here. So let me just ask Scott, what's the issue if you're not all in the room together? Or in the virtual room together too? I say room, but virtual room.
Well, the issue is that you can't build the chemistry that you need to build. You can't learn to make the transitions that you need to make. And you say, well, you know, what's the problem? I'm going to just tell you that Darcy is the presentation mom. I'm the presentation coach, but I'm a player coach, because I'm going to present and I'm also going to coach this team. And so the first problem is with me if you're not present. So one of the things that I ask our company to commit to is that if we're going to propose, we're going to assume that we're going to present, that's the one point of pride that we'll take. We're going to say, okay, we know we're good enough to get shortlisted. So we're going to start preparing. And then we ask for buy-in from everybody. And we're very scientific about scheduling the commitment to be a part of this presentation, to be present when you're needed to be present. We got plenty of resources to provide backup for people. If the superintendent needs to come in, we've got somebody that can back him or her up, and you're going to be present, because there are just too many things that you can't learn about the chemistry of the team unless you're all virtually or physically there.
Yeah. Thank you. So how many people here, by show of hands or ones in the chat box, have had somebody on the team say, I'm good, I'll talk, I'll jump in later? Anybody ever had that? I see some smiles on their faces. It's okay. The best thing for you to do is name their name, because I'm going to save the chat box, and then we'll put it all on LinkedIn. Here's one thing you got to think about. If so, you know, we're in this BD guild here. You got to think about it. Is it fair to say? Oh, I got lots of like dump. Like, was that like I don't know what 6 ones is. Is there a couple of ones? That
happened a bunch?
I think it has to do with babies. I don't know. Well, I got one more than 6 now. But I guess I would think about this though. In the BD guild, and as a BD person, are you oftentimes kind of in charge of moving rehearsals along and guiding people, but you sometimes feel like you're the stepchild? You guys are like, and be honest, like you feel like I don't have direct responsibility, but I'm responsible for making them go. That's like I don't know, what's the cheesy term, the dotted line matrix?
Well,
okay.
It's almost like you have the responsibility, but not the authority to make.
Yes, you have no. It's like you have no authority, right? Then what's your? It's what is your name? It says Kay Bradley, but what's the full name? Kim. But it's like that. It's frustrating. So what you have to think about, my response to people that say they don't have the time to be there is, that's fine. Okay, I get it. There are some people that are just really good presenters naturally. They are. They're really good. But what you have to talk about as a BD person is it's not about you, it's about the team. And if you're really good, why don't you show up and help coach the team? Because it doesn't matter how good you are. If you're sexy and everyone else sucks, you're not going to win. Okay? So get them on board. And that's the way I like to coach people. Say, look, I get it. You're great. And I've met those people. But please show up and help guide them to be better presenters, okay? So thank you for all that feedback, guys. I guess one of the things I have here for—
JD, can I add something to that?
Yeah, absolutely, Kwame, go ahead.
It doesn't help if you're excellent and you got 30 minutes to present and you use up 15 of it doing your presentation. And then, you know, your team runs out of time at the end because you weren't at rehearsals to figure out how much time you had to actually spend.
Yeah, how many people have been there before? Just type of one in the chat box or raise your hand. They show up and like, well, I know you told me 5 minutes, but I've got 12. Because mine's yeah. Just help get them to that point. Yeah, it's thank you. That's a big deal. And usually, guys, by the way, I hope you're not this person that's usually like the big dog. Right, that's the wizard architect or the amazing engineer, because apparently what they have to say is way more engaging than anybody else's stuff. So be careful of that. That's actually pretty funny. I'm just thinking of conversations Kwame and I had too. So let's move on. Any other? Well, so let me stop there. Any questions from the group? Unmute yourself. Chat box it. Don't be scared.
What do you learn most from the times where it didn't go well or when it really clicked?
I'll just let Bobby, what do you think here? Let me just throw Bobby in here in the mix.
I don't know. I think I'm probably 50-50. I mean, I think human nature is such that you tend to pay attention more and dig in more when you lose and really try to figure out why you lost. I think that's just kind of human nature. I think we tend to be, you know, critical about ourselves and want to look for ways to improve. But I think that there's as much to learn from a win as there is a loss. And so, you know, we do, I guess we got this from the military, Scott, and after action review, after a lot of our, you know, events, whether it's an estimate or a bid or interview, and talk a little bit about what went right, what went wrong, what are we going to change, what are we going to do better, what are we going to keep doing. And so we try to learn from each one of them. But I mean, I tend to say I probably learn a little more from when we lose, just because I tend to, I'm competitive and want to know why we lost.
All right, Scott, he made a military reference, so that puts it right in your corner here.
I think I learn more when we win. And it's because, I mean, I would like to think we have a pretty high win rate, but across the industry, across the board, that percentage, you might make Major League Baseball if you hit 3 out of 10, right? And so you're going to lose a lot. And usually when you lose, it's pretty easy to see what was lousy about it. It usually is. But when you win and there's something that really resonated, man, those are the jewels, those are the nuggets that you want to take back and remember, hey, this really worked with people. So I think you'll learn more from wins.
So we got a question in the chat box from Jennifer Bradshaw. Jennifer, unmute yourself and ask this question, please. Everyone's like, well, if I put it in the chat box, I won't have to. Nah, it doesn't work that
Hear
way.
all the Minecraft and after school activities happening behind me. So
it's all good. Look, if I told you, if kids bark, we don't care.
From.
It's life, right? No, I'm just curious. We've investigated using some different, technologies and things like that for, with video and even, I don't know what to call them, but interactive websites that incorporate different types of content and things like that, either ahead of, in a calls setting or as part of the interview. And I was just curious what others were using, especially in the interview, to get, interaction going and good conversation happening.
So Darcy, you want to take this one and maybe Kwame chime in after this?
Sure. So it's so fun to have these really cool whiz bang things that are going to wow the client, and you think it's really cool and it is about their project, and you took the time to really analyze things and show that you're doing all this work. And I'll go back to, I think it was Kwame that said this: what if something happens and the technology doesn't work? What if it goes away? That is my biggest fear. I hate having presentations that has anything to do with the internet, because if in person it couldn't work, it's nerve-wracking when it doesn't. You have to set it up. In Zoom, there's the other feature as well, where maybe they can't see it, they can't hear it. There's all kinds of things that could go wrong. Not saying don't do it, but I'm just saying you better be really confident that if it fails, you have a backup plan and your team is ready to tap dance around that or talk to it. And I will say, I was just prepping my team today. We've got a Zoom interview, we've got 30 minutes to present, and my PX is like, okay, let's get our marketing specialist in here and get the slides going. And I go, you get 2 slides. You get the schedule and you get the logistics plan, and that's it. Because going back to what JD said in the beginning, they're buying you, because the next guy that's interviewing probably is going to have a pretty similar site logistics plan, all the other stuff that you do. You're here, you got qualified. Now it's about selling the team. And that is, my PX is not happy with me. But again, yes, I'm team mom, but I'm also the coach. I'm both, to Scott's point. You got to get them past that. Again, it's they're buying you and that particular person.
Yeah. Kwame, anything to add to that?
Yeah, well, I mean, if we were in an interview, I wouldn't add to that at all. Darcy knocked that question out.
Yeah, I mean,
I will throw in that, JD, you said it earlier. This is not about us impressing them. This is about us differentiating ourselves from the other impressive firms. So my philosophy is that I always like to mix it up. They're used to these long, boring presentations. You kind of got to break up the monotony. Virtual setting, we've been using Mural and some other interactive things. We've been taking pauses and getting them to do surveys about the presentation and getting them involved actively, even drawing and doodling on the screen and stuff like that to keep them focused. If we're in person, I'll do any and everything. I'm marketing schools, so I've brought my children to interviews, It's all about doing something that's different and making a connection with the client. I mean, obviously you have to be careful and pick and choose when you might do something like that. But I'm not against taking risks to make us stand out from the competition.
Yeah, I will say, so I guess fundamentally going back to, I think this is actually really important. I think it speaks to Darcy, what you and Kwame were talking about. Darcy, you said 2 slides. I did have a presentation that was 77 slides in 30 minutes. I was like, God, how do you, I'm like, I just keep thinking like, did your audience make you mad in some form or fashion? Like, do you want to just beat the crap out of them? But I do think this is important in the context of what you've asked. And it goes to what both Darcy and Kwame are talking about. I think fundamentally what people screw up is they start trying to create visuals before they know the story they're going to tell.
Right.
Okay. And I love this show Mandalorian. I don't know if anybody's ever seen it, or Star Wars, or Dr. Seuss, who we all grew up with, by the way. Okay. Dr. Seuss did not start drawing characters and then go, oh, well, what story should I tell? I've researched this, by the way. He actually knew the story he wanted to tell, and then he drew the illustrations that brought it to life. So think about that. You need to know what's the story that you want to tell, and then go back to, is it 2 slides? Is it mural? Is it, if you're in person, is it just a board? I think fundamentally that's what needs to happen, so that when you're thinking about what Kwame and Darcy said, do you really know the story you want to tell, or are you using the visuals to make up some story that you Frankenstein from a bunch of PowerPoint slides? Okay, that's what you got to think about. So let's see here. Let's see, any questions coming in? Okay, Star Wars. Someone just noted Star Wars. Okay, I've got another one here. I'm gonna challenge the group here. Okay, I'm gonna challenge the group here. What are your thoughts on piling on answers in Q&A when your teammate has nailed it? I'm going to throw this one to Scott.
Just stop yourself. And we talk about this all the time. We talk about this in preparing for Q&A, and so we have a quarterback in the room, whoever's running the show, if that's me or somebody else, and someone answers the question, quarterback just lets it go, and we go on to the next thing. And you stop someone, you coach your people actively to say, don't pile on. If he answered it, leave it alone. Stop.
So I guess my question is, though, why is that? What's the fundamental? I guess, well, let me stop there. Show of ones in the chat box or raise of hands. How many people have been in a presentation and that's happened? I'm just going to throw this out there. It's usually the PX's fault.
Well, for one, it diminishes the person who asked the question.
Why is that so important not to do? I think that's the big thing here.
Well, one, it's a waste of time. 2, more importantly, it diminishes the person who answered the question. Yeah. That person's your teammate, and you want that person to be, smart and competent and liked, and don't step on them. They did it. Leave it alone. Go on.
So I'm going to ask the panel kind of broadly here. So just on this one, just jump in. How have you guys handled successfully or unsuccessfully some meat? How have you guys handled maybe the question? They haven't blown the question, but there's definitely a little bit more value to be added. How? Anybody jump in? It doesn't matter on the panel here. Just jump right in. How have you guys handled that to where it's been, I think maybe successful is the best way to look at it, where you've really had to add a little bit just to kind of, put a little bit more spin on it or meat to it without discrediting the person that spoke? I'll let anybody jump in on that.
Real quickly, one way you can handle that is ask your audience, did that answer the question?
Absolutely. Yeah.
The other tactic.
So I guess, Scott, so could just in I don't know, brief role play. So you answer the question, then what do you do?
So if I was a quarterback, someone else answered it and I felt like the answer was insufficient or incomplete, I would just turn to whoever the leader was on the client side and say, or whoever asked the question, did that answer your question completely? That's it.
Yeah.
And if they said yes, then I'm done. Unless it was a matter of fact about, you know, bonding or financials or something that was, you know, litigation or something that was critical, you know, then you might add something to it, but generally not.
Absolutely. Awesome. Awesome. Bobby, do you have any thoughts on that?
I don't know that I have any new thoughts. I think that it's certainly a bad idea to pile on, for one. I think you lose your audience. And I think it's a really good idea to have a quarterback, really good idea to ask if we've answered the questions in a way that satisfies what the client was trying to get answered. I think, you know, perhaps if Q&A moves on, you could figure out a way to answer another question, to answer the previous question, you know, could be another strategy. I think sometimes the stark reality is if we didn't nail it, we didn't nail it. And it's hard, and it's just not a good idea to pile on.
So
Yeah, this is the fun part about doing a panel when you're like talking about don't pile on and you're like, hey, what do you think? And they're like, I guess I shouldn't say anything. I'm just gonna back out of this. I do have another question about Q&A though. In terms of answering questions effectively as a team, Kwame or Darcy, do you guys have any additional thoughts on how to most effectively, and again, whether or not you've been through Speech Force or not, but how do you most effectively handle the Q&A when, and I'm going to give you a tee up here, maybe Darcy, you're presenting and I want to jump to Kwame's presentation, which was before or after, or I have a question of the team in general. What are some ways you've dealt with just like Q&A, the rapid fire stuff that tends to happen when you're doing a private sector project?
Sure. So you're in the middle of the presentation and someone asks a question.
Yeah, you're talking, or someone on your team is going at it.
It's very difficult because in this arena that we're in, we're dealing with a lot of engineers, construction managers. They are process oriented. So they're interrupting the process and that really irritates them and they don't want to stop, but they really need to stop. They can do one of two things. They can either answer the person's question, especially if it's in the private sector and you want to engage the client. So answer their question and then go move on with the presentation. Or the other tactic is to say, you know what, I will get to that in just a minute if that's in your presentation. And if they keep pressing, if the CEO of a company is in the presentation on the client side, you want to answer their question because they need to know right now. They don't have the time and they kind of like to cut through the BS. So just get to it and then be sure to practice that though. And again, it goes back to that rehearsal. You gotta be, we used to tend to spend so much time on the presentation that we wouldn't have time to do Q&A, but then we figured out that you have to also practice in a way that somebody's going to interrupt you and you have to be able to land on your feet.
Awesome. Awesome. So Kwame, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, just that it's, we love it when they interrupt in midstream and ask questions. Honestly, most of the time it ends up having them add time to the end of your presentation. Plus, we like to promote just a conversation rather than us presenting to the client. So, you know, what we tell our team to do is definitely stop, answer the question. As Scott or Bobby said, you know, ask them, did you answer the question? And then continue on with your presentation. One of the real positive things about that is that, you know, on a project, things aren't going to always run smoothly. So it's good for them to be able to see the team being able to kind of react on their feet quickly. And like I said, it just helps to make it more conversational. Often when we start our presentations, we tell them, listen, we don't want to be talking heads here. We want to talk to you. And again, this speaks to that client focus or listener-centric model. If all you want to do is talk about what you came to talk about, then you're missing the point. If they have a question, that should be the most important thing going on in the presentation at that time.
Yeah. I guess I'd fundamentally ask, like, and I don't want to go completely against what Darcy said. It's just a little bit. I guess, Darcy, my challenge back to you is what's the risk of telling, let me just ask you this, because I think this is interesting. How many people here have been in a presentation when someone says, hold your questions till the end? What are you really telling your audience?
It's not important.
Don't interrupt me.
Shut the hell up. Okay. Let's get real. It's like, shut the hell up. I got 20 minutes and I need to talk. But let's translate that to, if I want to jump ahead and you tell an audience that we're going to get to that in a minute, what did you just nicely tell them? You just say, we're going to get to that. If they're jumping ahead and I'm not talking about it, we know it's coming later. And they say, I go, you know what, Darcy, we're going to get to that in a minute. What did I just tell you to do?
No, shut up. Don't talk.
Don't interrupt me.
Right. Don't
I
interrupt.
got a flow. And guess what your audience doesn't care about? Your flow. It doesn't matter. And
Well, I
said,
guess I meant to say, let me clarify. I meant to say if it's on topic and it's coming in a minute or two, I think it's okay to.
I'm going to push back a little bit. I still think though, if I ask the question for the next 2 minutes, what am I thinking about while you're talking? So I look at this. If the audience asks you a question, what does that tell you right off the bat? This is my concern. Please address it. Best presentation I ever did. I got hired by low engineers to come and do a government presentation. They gave us an hour and a half. I crafted a 7-minute content presentation and we went on for 2 hours. And the guy that ran it says the best presentation I've ever heard. And I said, Oliver, all we did was answer your questions. Think about that. Q&A is not credibility.
Can I ask a question about that?
Absolutely. Who was that?
Jennifer, sorry. Any tips for how to navigate that? Like if you have content related, if they want to get to the logistics plan or get to the schedule or whatever, how to navigate that in a non-awkward way. I always feel like, then you have to like escape from your PowerPoint presentation and then navigate to the slide. It's like kind of an awkward transition.
Yeah, so I'm gonna give you the long and short of it. Stop screwing around with your PowerPoint slides and prepare for Q&A. Seriously. I go back to what Darcy said. I am a big fan of the less PowerPoint, the better, because you're connecting with your audience. Because what's going on is, I mean, literally by a show of hands or one in the chat box again, how many people have been changing slides a couple hours before the presentation or a little bit before, where you've added something, you've changed it? Guys, if you're doing that, it's like arranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. The ship is going down. It doesn't matter where you put the freaking chairs, okay? You're going to die and drown. Spend time on the Q&A. And the other issue with that is the following. We've all been there before and we've all heard it, where someone has 30 minutes to present and they talk for 28 and they go, oh, we have 2 minutes for questions. If you're given an hour to present, you should not plan on, if you are not interrupted, you should not plan on speaking for more than 25 minutes, period. Because if they jump in and ask you questions, guess what you have time to do? Get to your entire presentation, period. Any thoughts from the panel on that? And just like the succinctness of the issue. And Darcy, you mentioned 2 slides. I love, by the way. Any comments from the panel on the question?
Do you think that anybody would look poorly on that as they're judging you on maybe not having enough information or material? If you
so let me ask you this question: what's more important, what you say, or the answers that the questions that you answer?
The questions that you answer.
Okay, and has everybody ever complained about a presentation ending too early?
Not that I know of.
I've never gone like, damn, I wish Leslie would have been here for talk for an hour because I didn't want to ask any questions. I mean, think about that. Fundamentally, there's a quote that I heard, because I want the panel's input on this, but the quote that I heard was, and you might have to think about this for a minute because it took me like 5 minutes to figure this one out. There are very few people that don't become more interesting when they stop talking. I see a couple of people going, what? Hold on a second. I'm drinking wine. I've got a beer. I'm not sure what that means. But fundamentally, when you shut up and they get to ask questions, the fun begins. So let me turn it over to the panel here. Like, jump in on this one. Like, because this is probably one of the biggest points of tonight here.
Oh,
I haven't.
Jump on in, Kwame.
Yeah, it's just, I'll say it again. That is the most important thing going on at that time. Nothing else matters. I mean, if you get there, JD, you just pointed out that you want an interview in this fashion and you're answering their questions the whole time, then, you know, my whole job trying to get my team prepared is I wish the client would give me more information about what they would like us to talk about so we could prepare for this presentation. If they're asking you questions in the middle of your presentation, that's the preparation right there. You get to hit exactly what they want to know and not worry about if what you put in your presentation was going to cover what they wanted from you.
Yep.
So I think it's most important.
So let me do this. It looks like we're about to hit our time, Joe. So if it's okay, can I get just, and this was not a prepared question, so my panel is going to be really mad at me about this, but if you had to, and I want the panel to jump in as you feel fit here, but I would like them all just to briefly answer this question though. If you had to kind of give, I hate saying advice or tip, if you had to just give one thing to say, could you just do this in a presentation and that you'll be, again, I go good to what Scott said, it's about batting average. It's not about 100% wins. It's about having a good swing and getting a better batting average. If you give one thing that says, hey, you know what, just at least do this at a minimum, it'll make you a little bit better than before. I want to turn over to the panel just to, can you briefly answer that question? Anybody can jump in and we'll work our way around.
Be energetic and smile.
Why?
You know, they want you, like you said earlier, you want them to like you. You know, it's about a marriage and, you know, nobody wants to talk to Mr. Grumpy Grump. So.
Yeah, it's like this. I was going to make fun of the construction people here when the superintendents get on and everyone else is talking. They're going, like, I got a job site to attend to. All right. Thank you, Kwame. Bobby, Darcy, or Scott, please chime in very briefly, please.
I'll pick up on what Kwame said. So when you walk into a presentation, all the audience really wants to know about you is, do they like you? Do they trust you? And probably also, do they think you're competent, right? And so for me, the best advice you can give yourself or anyone else is to find your own voice, to be authentic. And how I always talk to our people about you're anxious. This goes back to Amanda, the very first thing Amanda said about being anxious, getting in the way of your content.
Yeah.
You feel anxious because you feel like you have to be somebody besides yourself. You feel like you have to sell, you feel like you have to give a speech. And how I coach people is, no, we need to find out what you sound like and what you talk like, and that needs to be what you do.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you, Scott. Darcy or Bobby? We'll wrap it up here.
Well, I definitely concur with both what Kwame and Scott have said, and preparation is so much of the key. I would say preparing for Q&A is so important. And if you can come in and get kind of random people in the room to ask questions, because sometimes the person that's sitting at the front desk maybe doesn't understand what's going on, but there may be people on your selection panel that may not understand what's going on. So if they ask a question that may seem like a dumb question to you, there may be somebody in the room that doesn't understand either. So you don't want to get caught on your heels if someone asks a question. The other thing is, I always ask, why is this, why do you want to build this project? Or why do you want to provide engineering services on this project? And that stumps more people than anything else. And it's like, I don't know, to make money. I mean, that's not what the client wants to hear. I mean, they want to hear because this is a betterment in our community, or whatever the answer is. So just Q&A for sure. That's the key.
Awesome. Bobby.
So I would say, maybe preface what I'm about to say with, you know, interviews are a risky thing. And what I mean by that is, you can sort of, maybe your Jaws example, you can lead with price, or you could lead with schedule, or you could lead with logistics, or you could lead with technology, or you could lead with team. There's probably a dozen things you can go, or maybe you're leading with architecture, design, or sustainability, whatever it is. And there's always a chance you're wrong, and what you're leading with is not important to the client. And so I guess I just go back to know your client, know your audience to the best of your ability. And if it's hard to know your audience, if it's hard to know what to lead with and what story you want to tell, then pay attention in the interview. Look at body language, looking at people's faces if you can, both virtually and in person, to see what's resonating with them, to see what may not be resonating with them, to see where they may not understand. So maybe to summarize, I would say know your audience and pay attention.
Awesome. So guys, as a facilitator here, I just want to say thank you to Bobby Campbell of McCarthy Building Services, Darcy Stewart of J.E. Dunn, Kwame Bailey, a good friend of mine from DLR Group, and Scott Cutler, again, a new person I've gotten to know, as well as Darcy and Bobby from Brassfield Gorey, or sorry, Scott from Brassfield Gorey. Thank you very much, guys. Going to JD from Speechworks. Joe, I want to turn it over to you for a short wrap up.
Yes, you guys, this was a fast pace. For a final session, this was a brisk, energetic, fast-paced hour, which I mean that in the highest compliments. I do have a kind of a boring question, if you have time, real quick. We talked about the BD person maybe not necessarily having the authority, right? And there are a lot of people in the BD guild who aren't at the level of senior that have that internal authority. Are there any tips or thoughts on, I'm not going to say up and coming BD people, but because even seasoned people may not have the authority, but can build their credibility for that interview prep, for their voice to be heard?
I'm going to let the panel answer that one. That's a perfect question for the panel.
So I'll start, because I'm going through this right now, and I don't mean to offend anyone, but being a woman in a male dominated industry, it's been a challenge. What I've learned is one-on-one time, particularly with the project executive, is absolutely critical. They want to, excuse my language, it's after 5 in some areas, they want to build shit and they don't want to interview, right? So and again, process oriented. So if I can have a meeting with my PX and say, look, you're the quarterback, you're the one, the team is going to take the place from you. And if you're engaged, everybody else is engaged. And I love that point of, if you don't have time to be here, I get that. Or if you don't need to practice, I get that, but I need you to help me help the team. So that's really, really critical.
Awesome. By the way, Joe, don't ever press it with this is the boring question. Question, just saying. So start off the presentation going, hey, I'm not a very good speaker. The next hour is going to suck. So I hope you.
Good point.
Never a good
idea.
point.
And point
Start
noted.
off. I've got a great question for the audience.
There we go. There we go. Let me rephrase.
Joe. So Joe, thanks for having us. I appreciate it. So Joe, any wrap up comments?
You know what? I tell you what. No. Denise, yeah, thank you. No, I just want to say thank you to the panel. And it's great to have, what I think is really neat is that we have national perspective offering fundamentals that carry over, right? So that was one of the things that when Kim and Kari were putting together the panel, it's like, hey, you know what, this is really turning into a national, it's really turning into a national session. And it's great to hear the perspectives from different markets, but the fundamentals carry over. So I think that's always just always very helpful. So with that, we came to the end, everybody. We made it through the day. I just want to say thanks to everybody, all the sponsors, all the attendees, all the panelists. Carissa, thanks once again for bearing the brunt of almost everything leading up to this. We are going to hang out for a little bit. Anybody who wants to kind of chat and what have you, if you want, I'll be here. But other than that, this is it. East Coast people, thanks for hanging out in the end. I know.
Thank you, guys. So I'm off to softball practice. I got to go 2 daughters. So.
All right.
Scott, Mommy, Darcy, Bobby, thank you so much for everything tonight. I really appreciate you taking the time.
And JD, thank you for facilitating and bringing it. So thank you.
Thanks a lot, guys. Have an awesome day.